What's up? What's up? What's up? It is your girl, Survivor Speaks, your favorite breast cancer survivor. And we're back with another live. So, in today's live, we will be resuming on day two of the testimony of the United States versus Sean Combs, aka Diddy, aka Puff Daddy, uh, Daddy's House, Love on Top, Tunchi on the bottom. Y'all know how that go. Y'all know how that go. Y'all know how that goes. So when we left off during our last live, we were the escort was on the stand. The first escort that testified was on the stand, and they had broke for the day. It was a lot. Today is going to be more triggering. I promise you that, because we're going to end the we're going to end the start with the escort on back on the stand. Um, he's under was under cross examination, and then more than likely the prosecution will recross, and then Cassie Ventura comes to the stand. Now, don't know how much of the testimony that we will get through, to with Cassie. I know it's not going to be the full her full testimony. Um, I might just try and read up to the point where they end for the day, depending. Um, this testimony is very heavy, and so there is, when Cassie gets on the stand, the testimony is her testimony is triggering, and so I do support another content creator that does this reading as a production, where he has different people read the transcripts, and it is triggering. So for the girl that normally reads the transcripts, he's always concerned with her and asking her, even like reading it, how does she feel about that? Um, what's up, Lynn Ali? Ali, thank you so much for tapping in. How does she feel about, reading the transcripts, and, is it really bothering her and all that? Um, Nonetheless, she's saying that she's holding up fine, but it's triggering. It is definitely triggering. I don't know what everybody is reporting on. So I did hear a breakdown of um today's court case, and today basically kind of like put the stamp on, and kind of sealed the deal, like, because they already had proof. They already had, and a lot of people don't want to see that, but they already had proof in the RICO. If you look in at the law, I think it's disheartening that, the people are, telling his children as they're walking in the courtroom. Juries are unpredictable. I'm gonna just say that juries are unpredictable, so we don't know which way uh, this is gonna go, right? But we do know that they have proven their case. I know that they were everybody that seems to be at this court case, the content creators, they are reporting that there is one woman on the jury, and and I think that somebody should have brought it to the judge's attention already, but she's saying stuff in the jury box that she shouldn't be saying and stuff like that. So I didn't hear them after, I forget which day it was. I think it was Dawn's testimony. I didn't hear them saying that she said anything else since then, or, made any face gestures or whatever since then. But there's a lot of dirty stuff going on behind the scenes when it comes to this case. Things that people are doing that they shouldn't be doing. As far as, Diddy's people go. I just think that Diddy, it was very selfish bringing this case to trial. I think it was selfish of him to take this case to trial and put his children through this, because now I've heard a couple people say they don't even have sympathy for the children anymore. And I'm meaning the girls also, because they're saying that they're still funding their lives off of money that he has. Now, they've frozen all of his assets, but they left one thing out there hanging in a wind, supposedly. It's supposed to be his jet. And that's what they're using to fund their lives. And so everybody that's out here reporting when they saying that, oh, it's going great. Like, Puff's doing good, even with Brian Steele and Nicole Westmoreland. No. So Puffy, apparently he don't feel like it's going well. That's why he hired the attorney, to see if there is a way that they can, some of his assets can be saved, outside of this case. So remember when Puffy was trying to get bail, he offered the $50 million to them and they said no. This is the feds. Regardless as to what people think, they have a 98% conviction rate in the Southern District of New York. So you knew that it was a possibility. And I don't think that anybody out here, would actually sit down and go to jail for somebody who you worked for. Hear me out, y'all. Who you worked for, who didn't compensate you, talk to you like you were garbage, allegedly assaulting multiple employees. You owe me money. Why should I put my life on the line and do 15 years? You wasn't even treating us. We were scared. So today, the witness that was on the stand, she said it. They asked and she said it. I couldn't. I couldn't. The NDA I signed said that in the defense objection. Well, if it's the truth, she signed an NDA and she couldn't do X, Y, and Z, then it's the daggone truth. What is the problem with her testifying and saying that? It's just a whole mess. I still do. Me personally, I feel sorry for his children, the girls. Quincy, whatever happened with you and your biological father, he is alive. And I understand, like, their relationship is, they have a relationship that they're mending each day. Quincy, go be with your daddy. Go. Stop. Well, you know what? Let me take that back. I understand that when his sisters come to that courtroom, the twins, he definitely should be their protector. They had the same mother. So those are his sisters, and Justin is his, his brother, right? They have the same mother, but all three of them have the same mother and father. So I do think that, the twins are impressionable. They just graduated. They went to the prom. They graduated. They look beautiful. Their brothers gifted them some jewelry or something. I just think it is a shame that, if Puff knew he did, the stuff that's coming out in this courtroom is horrendous. You got to be some type of animal to do some of the things that they are alleging. And it's getting worse. The prosecution is building their case. It's getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And what people are missing is that this case so far is about Cassie only. This whole case is not about Cassie. Just the case so far is about Cassie. There's other victims. So there was supposed to be 2 additional witnesses that was supposed to be testifying. Of course, Gina, listen, girl, I get it. I get it, but he's not here anymore. Like, he's incarcerated. Go get you some help. On that interview on Tasha K, she never once said that she had to participate in these freak-offs. She never mentioned that she had to participate in freak-offs. She never did, Gina. So she was still covering up and just upset because she was trying to force him to love her. He telling you straight up, you getting the crap knocked out of you. Baby stumped out of you. Allegedly. That's what she said. One, she got terminated because he made her, and the other one, he stumped on her stomach. Excuse me, trigger warning. What are we talking about? So now she's supposed to be testifying, but now she's not testifying. And then she put up this cryptic message on her Instagram yesterday. Gina, if you think you're not coming to court is going to help Puffy out in any type of way, you are sadly mistaken. You are sadly mistaken. Because there is another victim that's supposed to be testifying. And the reason why they took Cassie was first to testify, you would think they would make her last because Cassie is 8.5 months pregnant. And shout out to Cassie, because I heard that she was rushed to the hospital today and, in labor. Shout out to her and her husband, Alex Fine. And I want to know, some women that are older than 19 years old, where your mind is still not fully developed and it's very impressionable. That's about the time you start leaving your parents' home. You get into things that you don't want them to know and stuff like that. And here was this man, this mogul, who she was introduced to him by somebody else. She was not attracted to Diddy initially. So all the people out there that are saying, oh yeah, she was in it for the money, she did this for this, she was not attracted to him. She was not attracted to him at first. I definitely remember her friends saying she was not attracted to them. These are her friends that she trusted with all of her secrets. It was a working relationship. However, he started stalking her and pursuing more than a professional relationship. And then he introduced the freak-offs. But the way he put it to her, it was a little different. He told her that he was into voyeurism and explained to her what it was. So now at this point, they're together. And she's like, he's like, you want to try it? Oh, yeah, I'll try it. I don't know what more these people can say. They got text message of him texting her to tell her when to take I sent the rugs over there. Take the orange or the blue one, whatever. And then he says something like, I'm flying right now. So the courts asked her, what does that mean? He's high as a kite. And in the case today, I know it's hard to hear. I didn't look to see, because I just went and looked to hear what I wanted to hear. I know it's hard to hear, but Quincy Brown, In court today, they actually said, your mama, yes, he had your mama doing these freak offs, okay? I think she should have been left out of this case, but how could they? How could they? And to the people that are, I'm not even gonna say nothing about that. I'm gonna leave that alone. Cause I'm a little, my mind is, I'm confuzzled about some of the things that are going on that I see on the internet, with people, trying to get paid, doing interviews, but it seems like you're trying to help Puffy with his case. Listen, I always say at the end of the day, when you leave here, when you leave this earth, you're gonna leave alone. It's not worth it to me. So shout out to the people that are in the building. I'm gonna get started. Ali, I think we get. Oh, you put a trigger warning over there. Lo, how are you doing? Looks like Lo is in the chat over there from. Looks like Italy. Is that? Yes, that is a Italy flag. Um, Lo, come on over here and hit the like button for me on YouTube. And you can go back over there and watch if you like. I greatly appreciate it. And you can hit the subscribe button right next to the like button. I would greatly appreciate that. And thank you so much for being here. Lynn Ali, thank you for being in the building. And Allie, always here, always holding me down. What up, what up, what up? She's in and out of here because she's dealing with something on her own. One day we're going to get together and we're going to share this. So this is the transcript from day number 2. We are starting with the witness that was on the stand. Excuse me. Well, he was on the stand. The last time that we were here, they had recessed for the day and he's back on the stand now. This is day 2. Let me go ahead and bring that over so that we can get into it. We could get right into that. But before I do that, I just need to hear a word from our sponsor. And then we'll be right back with the reading.
And now a word from our sponsor. Survivor Speaks extends heartfelt gratitude to Emin Essentials for their generous sponsorship. From handmade soy wax candles for a cleaner burn to car and pet-friendly room freshener sprays, they offer quality products tailored to your needs and do not use any dye in any of their products. Custom packaging is available upon request, along with a limited luxury line while supplies last. Visit www.inmanessentials.com now and don't forget to subscribe and enter your email address for an exclusive 10% discount on your first order. What are you waiting for? Now back to the show.
So, and we are back. Hold on one second. We are back. So we're going to jump right into it. Right into it. Shout out to Mookmar Music Inc. for the beat that is playing behind the video. Shout out to him. Shout out to everyone over on X, formerly known as Twitter. If you guys could just hit the link, I think Ali, did you drop the link down there and just come over to YouTube? Just hit the like button. You can go right back. I would greatly appreciate it. That's a free way to support the show, and it will also push my video out into the algorithm over here on YouTube. So please, come over and just hit that like button. Rebecca Cry, what up? Rebecca Cry just stepped into the building. Shout out to you, Rebecca. And Allie, um, so Allie, you have the instructions on how to join the membership step by step. I know some people were saying, that they don't, so we can just, drop it every now and again. But the people that's on Twitter, I love y'all over there. Y'all be over there heavy, but I need y'all to come over to YouTube. Just hit the like button and y'all can go back. I love y'all though. Okay, so let's get right into it. We are on day 2. So this is the court, and this is outside of the presence of the jury. Outside of the presence of the jury. Okay, yeah, no problem, Allie. Thank you so much. All right, so this is the court. 2 jurors. Let me see if that's all right. Is that? Yeah, that's it. All right. As long as it's not going around. Okay, so two juror issues. One is from juror 160, and if you recall, I believe this is the juror who indicated that her son was graduating from high school, I believe, in June. I take it that she wants to make sure that she can attend her son's graduation, which I think is on June 20th. We can figure that out. We could keep people late other days. We'll make up the time. She's going to write a letter to me, which I'll share with you so you can understand what the issue is and we can understand what the issue is. All right. So they have a lot of grammaticals in these transcripts. Don't ask, because I don't want to tell you any lies, but they do. I noticed I was supporting somebody, another content creator that reads the transcripts, and that was they do it as a cast though. It's pretty dope, and that was one of the things that they were saying. Dang, it's like, after it was over, they were having a discussion. It was a lot of grammatical errors in these transcripts. I said, well, I don't know, maybe the person that I don't know. So anyway, let's go. But we haven't received that yet. So this morning we received a letter from Juror 75. I'll share this with you, and we'll make this court exhibit 1. He says, I live in Westchester County with my wife, who is 75 plus. Wow. She is a cancer survivor. Shout out to her for being a cancer survivor. Love that. But we have been married for 40 years. My wife's caretaking needs are very specific and precise, and therefore are present. I am the only one who could take care of her in addition to cooking and cleaning the house on a daily basis. I hope you will take into account my unique situation in which I am responsible for the welfare of my wife, who will be greatly appreciated if my request for an excuse from jury duty can be granted. Wow. So, this is the letter. Share this with the parties now. I will go get juror 75 so he can come in and explain his situation. But based on this, I would not be inclined to excuse this juror. I'm wondering, is it because she said she's a breast cancer survivor? Allie, you know what? So for iPhone is hard. If somebody has an iPhone, it's hard for them to join from the phone. It's not hard. It's just a different way than I think they said Samsung makes it easier to join from the phone. So I don't know. iPhone, you have to click out of something or whatever. It's different instructions. So I think this one is for. All right. So this is for if you're actually on YouTube. Got it. I think somebody was asking about joining from their phone, and there's 2 different ways that, because iPhone they don't show the. Well, I did see it on a phone that they do have the join button up top, but I don't know. A lot of people don't see it. But thank you so much for putting that in the chat, Allie, and looking into that for me. I greatly appreciate you. And the judge says, and I don't think that he's asking necessarily to be excused. I think he doesn't know the situation and whether it's kind of optional. And so he's suggesting that if it is possible to not have him serve on the jury, then he would take that route. Now, why didn't he do this the first day of the trial? Oh, when they came in for jury duty, why didn't he? Why didn't he say that like at the beginning? I'm a little confused by that. That thing is making me hot. So I'm a little confused about why he didn't, bring this up before. Because if she's a survivor, shout out to her. Um, yeah, I can understand. Like, all right, so let's just go on. However, I don't think this provides grounds to excuse this juror at this time. That's what I'm thinking, but we'll hear from him. I'm just putting that on your radar. Let's get juror 75. So we received your letter and I read it. First of all, I understand the situation with your wife and that you would like to take care of her. We went through this long process of jury selection to identify issues like this. And this is not something that came out in jury selection. Right now, you are on the jury. And the juror says, all right. And the court says, so you have to stay on the jury, okay? Okay, no problem. So if something serious happens, then you can let me know right now. What I'm understanding from your letter is that you're letting me know what you're responsible for. Yes. Now, unfortunately, once we have the jury, then it's your service. It's what you're required to do. I have no doubt that you're going to do it with the utmost care and concern. Is there anything I should be concerned about? If you're on this jury, do you think you could do it and live up to your responsibility as a juror? Yes. Yes, I can, sir. Yeah. If something happens, it's serious, you will let me know, just like you let me know with this letter. Sure, I will. So, do the parties have any questions for this juror? No, Your Honor. No, Judge. More communication is always better than less communication. Thank you. And so the juror leaves the room, and then the judge says, I think it was consistent with what I thought, which is he wanted to let me know. And look, he's coming from Westchester. That's just a long trip for him. I think it was consistent with what the letter said, that he's prepared to serve. He's going to be careful and conscientious. He'll let us know if anything more serious happens. I took this more of a heads up than anything else. Any applications from either side? Not from the government. And then the defense says, not from us. So we'll continue. I'll let you know if we hear anything from 160 and we can head out and address the issues you've identified for today. So now they're in open court. Mr. Agnifilo, should we wait for Mr. Combs or are you prepared to address the evidentiary and other issues without his presence? If he's up, I'd rather bring him out if possible. Okay. We have a letter from a juror that we addressed with the parties that will be made a court exhibit 1. Next on the issue of access to these sealed exhibits, the videos, when do we anticipate these being offered into evidence? Your Honor, I anticipate potentially offering images from those videos as early as this afternoon. Whoa. They did not, the people that are at the physical trial, they didn't get to see those videos. So they only played them for the jury. So I do think the government would oppose the application that was filed last week. If the court would prefer for the government to try to rework its direct examination so that we can reach those issues tomorrow to allow the government an opportunity to put in a submission this evening, I can do that. So why don't we do that? The court says, I have to say that I'm inclined to grant the application that was made for reasons that I previously addressed, which is we've made certain adjustments for certain of the witnesses, but in a very limited way, as the government indicated. This issue is different. This is about evidence that's coming into this case and treating that evidence in a different way than the other evidence here because of an understandable and palpable and real issue of privacy and the personal interests of a witness. However, That has to be balanced against the usual First Amendment protections and the rights of the public to know about what is happening at trial. While we've handled a lot of things under seal before trial has started, we are now in trial and there's a heightened First Amendment concern in this context. I'm not seeing how we would navigate that concern in this instance. I'm also a little bit concerned, and maybe the parties are not, that there is a potential impact on the jury when certain evidence, especially given the content and the nature of the evidence, is signaled to them to be of such a nature that the courtroom has to be cleared and they're the only people that can see it. And what message that sends to the jury. So those are my concerns, which I'm happy to give you a chance to address in your response. Thank you, Your Honor. If I may I respond briefly to those and we'll respond more fulsomely later? Of course. So I want to be clear at the outset that the government nor the defense, I believe, anticipates clearing the courtroom. What would happen is that the materials that are very small subset of materials that are entirely actually explicit or involve nudity of victims and others would not be shown to the public gallery. It would not require any logistics of people leaving the courtroom to the extent any of those exhibits have any sound that is also actually explicit. We have arranged for headphones to be available for everyone in the well of the courtroom so that the sound could be played without impacting people needing to leave the courtroom. Chill. What? So, are y'all talking about because his daughters got up and ran now? Listen, Brother Love should have thought about that. You know what this case is about. See, this is the thing. They have all of this evidence already. Both sides. They have the evidence. So you know what is going to be played at these hearings. You know what's going to be testified to at these hearings. For that, I think this is the reason why I say he's selfish. Because we were already screaming, but what is coming up? With each witness, it gets worse and worse and worse. So I, for the life of me, I know, fight for your life if you can. You got the money to fight for it. I get it. But the fact that they turned down $50 million to let you go home because you're a danger to the community, that speaks volumes. That the government, they gotta have some of this stuff. People don't understand. Everybody that worked with him, everybody that was ever on his payroll makes this a RICO case because they all had different tasks to do. Like who's ordering all this body oil, Astroglide. Then you got the eye drops. I just want to know. Okay, now the eye drops was laced with MDMA and ketamine, right? But Diddy, you can't drop that stuff in the eye. Then, so what is that? How you just squeeze some into the drink? According to this lawsuit, Diddy was never sober. How the heck? But the drugs that they were taking made them have a euphoric feeling, so they felt like they were floating. So I could see him on stage while what I can't even do the dance that he do because I don't like it, but Yeah, I'm not even about to make a fool of myself. I ain't even going to try. Just floating, sweating everywhere. We thought initially, anytime I would see stuff, I'm like, oh well, it's hot. The lights on the lighting on the stage, all that I would take into account. Oh, it must be hot. All that sweat up going on. No, it's a whole lot more than that. Anywho, allegedly. So it would not require any logistics of people leaving the courtroom. Okay, so all right, so they're gonna all right. So there was sort of no shuffling in and out to the extent the logistics are factoring into the court's consideration. But just on the nature of what these materials are, they are all actually explicit or involve nudity and the parties, and I believe the attorneys for the victims, one has already submitted a letter. I believe that another victim will also want to be heard on this issue. We think we're on good standing in the Second Circuit to keep this type of material out of the public record, and we'll certainly put in a submission on that. And I do have some pictures of Cassie that was released by the courts. I'll see if I can bring those in for you. If you look at her in any picture, she has a hole up by her eyebrow. It's just I don't understand. Okay, so I just wanted to flag those two items for the court. Mr. Agnifilo. Yes, Judge. I think the timing makes sense. My read of the cases, my closed reading of the application for unsealing, really, the focus is on how good we are at narrowly tailoring the materials. I agree. And so it's just a few observations as we think about this through the day. And I think it makes sense if the government can get to this tomorrow. We can all have a little more time to figure out how we tailor this. There is no aspect to any of the videos that I think the government is looking to put into evidence that is not in the nature of adult corn. So for those over there on Twitter, if you do not frequent YouTube, there's certain words we cannot say over here. So when I say corn, you know that it's adult. You put it together. Just change the C to the P. All right. That's really what it is. It's people who are nude, who are having X or about to have X. We can't even say that word. So X is what it is. Add an S. It's all actually explicit. So it's not the case that anything would be looked to be sealed that's not actually explicit. So we couldn't really tailor it any more narrowly than that. Our application, to the extent that we have one and want to see how this all shakes out, is only that the visual images and the audio is within the purview of the sealing order. The parties would be free to tactfully, of course, ask questions about the evidence. So we wouldn't be looking to do anything in regard to testimony. The onus would be on the parties to do this in a tasteful way, obviously. So we're not looking to affect testimony. We're not looking to do anything other than really address it's a privacy issue. But it's also, I think, it's not insignificant that this is all in the nature of corn. And so my question is, what would the press do with this, even if it had it? And I don't know it's not that they might provide an answer, but I think that's a useful question. What would the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times do with this information if it had it? If it's in the nature of adult corn, I think that's a useful way of approaching the issue, because it's not as though there's some body of information that can be reported as is the case sometimes. Other legal matters are unsealed and the papers can write about the information in there. We're really only looking to address the visual images and what is said. And I agree with my colleague. It's all actual in nature completely. So as we're thinking through the day and the government starts to put together their response and we do the same, I think the focus should be on the how we tailor this in a constitutionally exceptional way. There is no doubt that the First Amendment is very much in play in this analysis. So the onus is really on everyone trying to do something that's contrary to some degree to the First Amendment to do this in the most narrowly tailored way possible. So the court says, how many exhibits are we talking about, and what's the running time of those exhibits? Ms. Johnson is who is for the prosecution. She says, with respect to the next witness, there will be no videos that will be at least on direct examination. It will be in the nature of 6 still images. And Your Honor, I can flag those for the court if Your Honor would like. We've provided chambers with the exhibits. So if you would like to review them, I can direct you to the exhibit numbers. The court, do you have the numbers now? Ms. Johnson says, I can. And the court says you can have them emailed to chambers. That's fine. Briefly, does anyone on behalf of the news organizations wish to be heard on this issue, given what Mr. Agnafilo has said and what Ms. Johnson has offered? Please approach. You can approach the lectern. Good morning, sir. State your name. Robert Ballin or Balin, Balin, of Davis Wright Tremaine for the news organization. You heard Mr. Agnafilo. He says that the approach that the parties were intending on taking is a narrow one. The testimony would be in open court. The only thing that would be under seal would be visual images and video and associated audio that is purely reflecting actual conduct. So under those circumstances, is there still an objection, or under those circumstances, is it narrowly tailored enough to satisfy the First Amendment's interest at stake? Mr. Balin, I think that prohibiting any public or press viewing of these videos would not be narrowly tailored. Your Honor is correct. The First Amendment is at a zenith in this type of case, in a criminal case. There are serious charges. The question is how we accommodate what are unquestionable privacy interests. I would say that the testimony is not a substitute for these videos. If it were, the government would not be putting in stills, would not be putting in videos. They obviously think they have some persuasive value. It is important that the press, the people through the press, be able to see justice being done. One of the issues in this case, Your Honor, of course, is were these acts consensual or coerced? The best evidence of that, of course, is the videos themselves. If the court is not inclined to show the videos in open court, and that is our preference, Your Honor, there are other ways, and the court does have to consider constitutionally other ways besides a total sealing to accommodate First Amendment access rights. Another option, of course, would be pool reporters. We could talk about the number of them, but at least some representatives of the press who can see these videos in real time as they're being shown to the jury and be able to report. And the New York Times and the Washington Post and the Wall Street Journal are not interested in reporting anything salacious. They want to be able, however, to report that this was shown to the jury and here in a very discreet, inappropriate, immature way is what they show. That's no different than any other trial, Your Honor. So we do strongly object to the total sealing of the exhibits. We think they should be shown to the press and the public. And in the courtroom, I'd ask, how did it just switch like that? Anyway, y'all, my screen switched somehow. Let me get this back over here. Shout out to everybody that has joined. Please hit the like button if you're over here on YouTube, and you guys over there, you're on X Strong. Shout out to all of y'all. If you can just hit the link and come over here and just hit the like button on YouTube. As a free way to support the show, I gladly appreciate that. And then you can go right back to Twitter. It's just like clicking the link. I believe, Ali, did you drop the link over there on X? You could click the link, come over here, like the video. You can go back to watching on X if you like, but on YouTube. I just want to get the video pushed out into the algorithm. Like I said, it's a free way to support the show. Thank you so much for being here. So let's get back to these official court documents. Okay. So So we do understand the serious privacy concerns. We ask the court to try to craft something that not only has the privacy concerns considered, but the very strong First Amendment access right considered as well. That's our submission, Your Honor. The court. Ms. Johnson, as you're crafting your response, you'll take account of that proposal from the news organizations. She says, yes, of course, Your Honor. And I just wanted to make sure when I answered the court's question, I talked about just the next witness. There are videos the government intends to introduce later. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let's move on to the exhibits and the other issues pertaining to Miss Ventura. So first on the two incidents, Mr. Agnifilo, we discussed the Rule 404 issue. And just to make sure we're all on the same page, when we discussed this last week, the government agreed that to the extent that they opened the door to the introduction of unrelated acts of violence by asking, for instance, Ms. Ventura, if she's a peaceful person, I think that was the example given, then you'd approach. We discussed whether the door was in fact open and you would potentially be able to address those incidents. Tongue tied. What's up, Nessa C? Thank you so much for joining us today, Nessa C. I do appreciate you, girl. I'm glad that you caught it as well. I made sure I put it over there on Instagram as soon as I scheduled the live. So I'm glad to see you. Separately, you raised the issue of Rule 404, and we discussed that briefly yesterday. I didn't get a response. So what is your position on the Rule 404 issue? Miss Estevallo. Your Honor, good morning. I'll be cross-examining Miss Ventura. Now, you see, somebody said, no, it wasn't her. It was, all right. So it wasn't her. So, yeah. Because Nicole Westmoreland, she did a cross-examination. That was the one that she did it on. But somebody was just, I guess, guessing that she was going to be cross-examining Cassie. But here it says it's Miss Estevallo. She'll be cross-examining Miss Ventura. We are no longer seeking to admit those instances for purposes of showing her character in any way or even for door opening purposes. As I informed government counsel, we're no longer planning on introducing evidence of her assault of the security guards. Her assault of the security, introduce evidence of her assault of. Okay. However, with respect to her assault, her brother's birthday party in Connecticut, there is a relevance to that assault because it comes up in the context of messages between Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs. And it relates to their relationship and their argument stemming from infidelity and drug use in particular. And I can add more specifics, but let's see if there's any issue with that, Miss Johnson. Yes, Your Honor. We still strongly oppose that. We reiterate that we are moving to preclude any cross-examination on this incident in its entirety. It is a prior bad act that has very limited admissibility on cross-examination. It does not go to her credibility, and it is simply irrelevant that there are communications about this particular act. Our application is that it should be excluded in its entirety. The court. Ms. Estevallo, how are you getting that in? In the context of a text communication between Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs, she is in Connecticut at her brother's birthday party at a bar, and he is in a separate state. He is upset that she is not answering her phone, and this relates to the arguments about his suspicions that she is cheating on him. You know what? I'm so sick of them. This is day 2, y'all, and they are on day 10. So yeah, we are going to be the way they release the transcripts. They can't like just release. They don't release them immediately, and so yeah. And I want to be behind because digging into the paperwork, into the transcripts, we can read verbatim what happened in court. I have sidebars and everything because these transcripts are official. So there are sidebars. So I get it. Some people are out there. They have the transcripts with no sidebars. No, it's not. It's those aren't official transcripts. I'm not sure where they're getting them from, but it puts into context so many things, like things that we're missing, because the news reporters, the content creators that are there, they are doing a great job. But they can only report so much. But I like to read because there's a lot of false narratives that are out there, and a lot of things, even to who's crossing who. I heard somewhere else that Miss Nicole Westmoreland is going to cross Cassie, according to these documents, the official court document. That's not what they're saying at this point, but let's see. All right, um so basically he's upset that she's not okay. So in response, she is not answering her phone and eventually says that she did not answer because she got in a bar fight and tried to unalive someone. So this relates to their arguments about his suspicions that she's cheating on him and her responses to that. It relates to her, in addition to her substance use and abuse outside the context of their actual relationship. And in fact, in another state with her family nearby and her support network, and his knowledge of her continued substance abuse. So I don't like the way the defense is trying to flip this. Cassie was, prior to being with Diddy, was on no drugs. She did not sleep around the way he had her sleeping around with him. She was young, impressionable, and you introduced her to these drugs. You even told her when to take them, how far in advance to take them. You called to make sure that she took them because she needed to be in a state where she can perform during these 3 to 4 day freak offs. So the freak offs, what everybody thought was the celebrities. Oh, this the party after the party. And after the party, it's a hotel lobby and I don't know. But yeah, that's not it. The freak offs would be Diddy, Cassie, or another woman and an escort. Somebody they hired. And those were called freak off. I think Wild King Nights is something totally different where, celebrities are involved. But the freak offs, because everybody talks about them frequently, normally it is. And it all makes sense when she starts to testify. It's going to be a big trigger warning, going to be a big trigger warning, which goes like, what people do in their bedroom is their business, but child, some of this stuff is so degrading. I'm just giving y'all fair warning. But the escort is going to be the first witness on the stand. He was not released. They're not done crossing him yet. I think these are just some things that they are trying to hammer out, some issues they're trying to hammer out before they bring the witness on for trial. But okay, so so he said that the infidelity and drug use. So they're trying to make it seem like Cassie was running this relationship. She was the one that was supplying the drugs. She was the one that was paying the escorts. Initially it was him, but then she started paying them at his request. If he didn't do what she didn't do what he said, everything that he said, right now, don't tell me to wait. She was going to get beat. So how is she's not making any money on her own. So how is she really paying for these escorts and stuff like that? Y'all going to find out that Diddy, $1 billion Diddy, pause, had her going on You got to be the lowest of the low. Sir, you were a billionaire. Had her hiring escorts from Craigslist and Backpage. From Craigslist, Backpage. Come on, y'all. All right, let's go. Yeah. But you introduced her to the drug use, and the drug use was you. So stop playing. Yeah, he did everything, Rebecca Cry. He did some, like, stop playing. So now his attorneys, I get it. They're doing their job. Their job is to create reasonable doubt. That's all that they need to prove on the defense side. Reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is on the United States, because the United States is bringing this case. Cassie sued him civilly. She was not coming after him criminally. But after they read what was in the lawsuit, they saw that there was criminal activity. So if Cassie didn't come in here and testify, she could be a co-conspirator of his, and she would be going to jail. I'm just trying to make some people understand. Because of some of the things that he had her doing, she could very well be a co-conspirator, and she could be charged with him. So not only, so the United States of America brought this case, not Cassie. Cassie sued him and got her bread. He settled that quick. 30 million, here you go, next day. Let's not even talk about it. So you know. But when the feds that have been looking at him since 2011 saw this, they're like, wait a minute. It's a bunch of criminal stuff going on in here. This is like an enterprise. So the United States of America is suing him, not Cassie. This case is not just about Cassie, for those that don't understand. They were dating. They were going to get, she's not, this case is just not about her. And I want to tell y'all that those people that said and was quiet about, because everybody went radio silent except Stevie J. Anybody seen Stevie J? Come to the front, Stevie J. Come to the front. You ain't been to the courtroom one day. Come to the front, Stevie J. Where are you? You out here doing documentaries and all types of stuff, talking about pleading that Diddy is innocent, and it's all gonna come out. And what? Where you at, Stevie J? You're quiet right now. You're silent. Where are you? So yeah, you know, a lot of people, like, y'all just you have to take yourself out of the celebrity. Stop looking at this at like, oh, that's a celebrity. Oh. And because Jay was around Diddy, and I've been trying to get around Diddy all this time, and I can't get around Diddy. She around Diddy every day. He's spending money. Now she want to come out. I feel sorry for some of you that are out here saying all of this stuff, and you have your daughters. I feel sorry for you. I feel very, very sorry for you. The people that are out here defending this nonsense. Oh, this ain't nothing but a DV case. No, it goes farther than, it goes way further than that. It does. I'm just speaking facts here. People need to talk to attorneys and other people that don't have a special interest in this case. Be unbiased, step out of the celebrity, move back a little bit, and take a look at the law. Everybody that was, it was a whole orchestration to start these freak offs. The freak offs were so bad sometimes that they would be flagged at hotels, and they would be like, when they leave, put this room out of commission. Because we got to do a deep clean. We already know it. Baby oil and Astroglide and fluids and stuff everywhere. And the one hotel, they had to renovate the room. He's sitting in a corner in the back of the room when these escorts come in looking like a creep. One day he had on a baseball cap and a god dag on bandana up to here. What's so crazy is I saw a video where he was home coming down the stairs with this bandana. It was just, he had it around his neck. I said, Lord, I'm this. I just saw this case and oh my goodness, gosh, does he have a band? But he was home, so it was just he was wearing it as I don't know what he was doing. He was coming from upstairs to downstairs. Ain't no telling what he was doing. And then at one time he put on something looking like he had on a hijab or something, but he was naked from here down, just something covering his head. It's just crazy, y'all. Okay, let's get into this. I'm sorry. This guy is unreal. So all right, let's get into it. So how is that not trying to introduce evidence about Miss Ventura's character or character traits? Well, in the context of this conversation, it's irrelevant whether or not she in fact got into a bar fight. But the fact she told Mr. Combs that and he believed that and understood that is relevant. The court. And connect the dots. You're saying that because he thought this would mean this would make him jealous or be related to the theme of maybe there's domestic violence, but there isn't coercion. Can you help me understand the relevance? Sure. So much of their relationship and their argument stem from first, I'll take infidelity, her not answering the phone and being unavailable when they're not together. And by the way, this ninja had her calling him. I said ninja. Had him calling him Pop, something that she called her father or grandpa. Anyway, let's go. And so this response, it relates to the entire conversation about her not being present. In fact, I believe there are messages or there's evidence to suggest that she got into a fight because she believed someone was taking a photograph of her, presumably with someone, and that she did not want Mr. Combs to find out about this. All right, understood. You can respond. Your Honor, I just want to respond. So I'm trying to be a little circumspect because we are talking about evidence that the government believes is clearly inadmissible, but it is. The court. Well, the jury's not here, so you don't need to be circumspect. The photo, it is pure speculation that a photograph would have shown that she was with someone. The defendant can cross-examine her on infidelity. It can cross-examine her on all of these themes. It is entirely irrelevant, and it does not overcome 403 to bring up this particular act. That's what I'm trying to understand. And now I think you're helping me. Your objection is grounded in now Rule 403 based on this particular version of the issue, meaning previously we had talked about 608 and 404. I assume Miss Estava, whatever her name is saying we're not trying to bring in this evidence or on either of those two grounds. It goes to, I guess, Mr. Combs' intent. Is that right, Miss Estavio? That's right. And then you're saying, Miss Johnson, that it's not really relevant to his intent in any meaningful way. Correct. It's certainly more prejudicial than probative. The government does still strongly object under 608, but this should not come in. They can cross-examine on all these topics, but this particular prior bad act is completely irrelevant for his intent. And there are many other ways of establishing that they said that are far less prejudicial. So may I respond briefly? I believe the government is trying to argue that Mr. Combs was forcing Miss Ventura to take substances, and that was the way that she was induced into participating in their actual activity. And a large part of the cross examination of the defense will be that Miss Ventura independently took many substances on her own. And this shows that she was taking substances in such a way and to such a degree that she was acting erratically and nowhere near Mr. Combs. And in fact, another state and surrounded by her family members. And Mr. Combs knew all of this because it's in the context of the conversation and her telling him this. All right, understood. I will overrule the government's objection to the introduction of just that evidence. I understand that as to the other incidents, those are out, correct? That's right. And it is just in the context of this text message exchange. Now, as to the introduction of prior consistent statements, Ms. Johnson, there's three pieces of evidence. I'm not understanding how the defense addressed these in their opening in a way that would not be just a generalized attack on credibility. So maybe someone can help me with that, because I understand they're the bulleted statements from the opening that you say are more than just a generalized attack on credibility, but none of those statements address even indirectly any of the particular pieces of evidence. Now, all we're really talking about is a sequencing issue. This is just a question of whether these three pieces of evidence can be refused on direct examination or should be reserved for rebuttal. But I'm happy to be convinced that I'm wrong. Miss Foster, she says, yes, Your Honor. So I'll address this point. As Your Honor noted, there was clearly a generalized attack on Miss Ventura's credibility. Absolutely. They imply she had a financial motive for testifying. They imply that you would see messages that would contradict her testimony. And so I agree with you on that. As our letter to the court had made clear, you don't need to attack a specific statement in an opening. You just have to make an attack that is sort of logically related to the prior consistent statement, and that would rebut that attack. Nessa, you're driving, drive safe, please. And you don't need to make the attack explicitly. You can sort of imply it. Here, the opening, the sort of central theme of their opening was that victim one, or Miss Ventura, had agency. This was not coercion. She was the person who made her own choices. She decided that she was doing, she decided what she was doing. In fact, there's a line in their opening that was like, who really had control in this relationship? And that was in the context of discussing Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura's relationship, clearly implying the answer of it was Miss Ventura. So you see how they were banking on that? They were banking on victim number two not testifying, but she is supposed to be testifying. They have information that he even tried to tamper with that witness. Victim number three is who they're having trouble with. Who they're having trouble with. Gina Horn. I don't know what she's expecting, but child. In fact, there's a line in their relationship that was like, who really had control in this relationship? Okay, so, and that was in the context of discussing Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura's relationship, clearly implying the answer of it was Miss Ventura. And so in each of these ways, and I would say this is the central theme. And so when they attacked Miss Ventura's credibility, generalized, and then made this claim that you're not going to see coercion, you're going to see a grown woman making her own choices. Each of these statements, well, two of them sort of specifically rebut that claim because they show that Mr. Combs, he controlled her career. She had to ask him for permission to take certain actions. He had control over her phone, her laptop, her car, and had the ability to take that away from her when he was angry at her. And so another sort of central thesis of that opening was she was doing various things because they were in her best interests. And so when you have these statements that show, well, actually, if she does something to upset him, he's taking things away from her, and he has the power to do that, that does rebut the sort of central thesis that they made in the opening. I would also say one of these statements was much more specifically attacked during the opening, and that was what is Exhibit B 315, where she talks about the threats to release the where she talks about the threats to release the X tapes. They said in their opening, basically, I'll quote, does Combs release the videotapes that the government was talking about? No, he doesn't. You will hear that the government raided the home, they seized the electronics, and the only videos you see or hear came from the devices that she kept. And so clearly, that is an attack on any claim that he had the power to release those videos and made those threats to Miss Ventura. The court. I'll hear from the defense briefly. Good morning, Your Honor. So, a statement made in opening were of a very general nature as to the overall defense. And all of these exhibits are very specific statements regarding very specific alleged incidents. So, what about with respect to D 315? So, a couple of things about that. First of all, to the extent those two exhibits are admitted on direct for non-hearsay purposes. For instance, the fact that she said that and that she sent the email to those people, we do not object. We simply would submit that they're not admissible as hearsay under the prior consistent statements exception until redirect if she's attacked on this particular point. The court, well, help me with that. If they come in, then they're coming in. So you're saying you don't object to those? No, we're not saying that. So to be clear, what we said in the opening was very different and was not specific to the particular alleged incident discussed in this email, which occurred in 2011. All that we said in opening was that Mr. Combs, the court, you don't disagree with the account of the opening, which I think was quoting from the opening. Is that right, Ms. Forster? That's correct, Your Honor. This is how I see it. There was a suggestion, meaning an implied suggestion to the jury that there was no threat to use the videos in any way, because when there ultimately was an investigation and the search warrants were executed, he didn't have those videos. The only people who had them were people like Miss Ventura. I think that's a fair implication that you're saying that she's lying about there being videos that were used as any kind of leverage against her. And so the government is saying, well, we have this text message exchange that addresses this issue. And so why doesn't that fairly fit within the rule? Well, Your Honor, I don't think that's a fair characterization of what we said in the opening, because what we said in the opening was very specific to what the government found in 2024, 13 years later, and that the only videos that existed at that point were the ones on her devices. And that shows that he wasn't keeping the videos. Yeah, that don't show that he wasn't keeping those videos. Anywho, we didn't specifically discuss any threats or respond directly to the idea that there was an allegation of a threat in 2011 that's referred to in these emails. So what we would say is that for that reason, they're not admissible as non-hearsay on direct as prior consistent statements. We cannot object to them being admitted for the non-hearsay purposes with a limiting instruction that at least for purpose of direct are not coming in for the truth. And then if cross-examination occurs on those topics, then they can be admitted on redirect. What's up, Jerome? Jerome Street is in the house, y'all. Just give me a minute because I have to. Jerome Street is in the house. Ali, Jerome has a channel. He's just getting started. Work with him. Go over there and sub up to my boy Jerome Street. Let me see if I can grab your link real quick, Jerome. Hold on 1 minute, y'all. I gotta do this here. Jerome Street is a supporter of my channel. He started his own channel, and I am interested in seeing, how he evolves in that. And right now, just go on over there and hit that that subscribe button. Here we go, right here, and show him some love. All right, so yeah, there we go. That's Jerome. That's Jerome's link. Please hit that link for him, and go on over there and show him some love. Survivor Speaks would greatly appreciate it. We have a lot of people over on Twitter. Shout out to y'all, but I would appreciate if y'all come on over here and hit that like button. Or yeah, and you can go back over there and make sure you go and hit Jerome's subscribe to Jerome also. He said he a baby. Okay, Jerome, you got this. You got this, you got this, you got this. So shout out to Jerome. I just wanted to make sure that I put that in the chat because he does have a channel now. And yeah, he's been a big supporter over here, so we're going to support him as well. Thank you for coming in, Jerome. So let's get back to these court documents. They are really going at it, about, Cassie testifying in this case. So what they're trying to let in, what they're trying to exclude, like, it is just crazy. But let's go. Let's get it. Where were we? So 13 years later, we didn't. Okay, so here it is. That he wasn't keeping the videos, right? So we didn't specifically discuss any threats. Jerome, you gotta know that if you donate, I got to go ahead and tell the people. I got to tell the people. I got to stop the show and thank you for supporting the show. As per usual, thank you so much. It means so much to me. So yeah, we will be having your link in rotation over here to make sure that you get some support over there. I can't wait to see what you do with your channel. Thank you so much for that also, Jerome. I can't wait to see what you do with your channel. And I'm just gonna say, don't try to do everything at once. I'm still adding, taking away, doing better things, but each time you support, I put it back into the channel. So I've made some, little adjustments here. And that's the way it is. But I gotta just play this for Jerome one time, y'all. One time for the one time. Hold on. Thank you for the donation. Thank you for the super chat or membership. I love you all. All right, and if you're over here on YouTube, drop some, and you're a member, drop some Survivor bucks in the chat for Jerome, for dropping that the $9.99 super sticker just because he didn't just because. That's a just because. All right, thank you so much, Jerome, for all that you do and for all of the support that you've shown the channel. Thank you. It means a lot. All right, so let's get back into these statements. To these transcripts. So we didn't specifically discuss any threats or respond. Where am I at? Okay, so what we would say is that for that reason, they're not admissible as non-hearsay on direct as prior consistent statements. We would not object to them being admitted for the non-hearsay purposes with a limited instruction that at least for purposes of direct are not coming in for the truth. And then if cross-examination occurs on those topics, then they can be admitted on redirect. Since that hasn't happened yet, the predicate for prior consistent statements hasn't been met by the opening, the court says. So I believe that the predicate for application of the rule on prior consistent statements has been satisfied as to B315, given the statements made in the opening. And it's not just a statement that Ms. Foster referred to, it's that statement in conjunction with the other statements that are identified in the government's letter. The ending thought of the opening was for the jury to ask themselves about the millions of reasons that people would have had to testify in the way they're about to testify. So that's the general attack on credibility. That's also expressed elsewhere in the opening. Oh, okay, now. Let me tell y'all something. This judge is fair. And when he's not feeling the defense, he's not feeling the defense. When he's not feeling the prosecution, he's just going to let them know what it is. I like that for him. He is a new federal judge, so which is also great. It's also a great thing because listen, won't be no pocket padding here. I'm looking at the law. We're not going to be pocket padding around here. So yeah, that part. Nessa C giving me the strong arm. I hope you still. I hope you out the car, Nessa. Don't be driving and trying to. I'm gonna be here for a little while. Like these transcript, these things is Don't be driving. I hope you home. Yep. And so I like that. I like that he's fair. You like they're trying so many different things over on the defense side, like things that are very underhanded because he got a $10 million legal team. He got Brian Steele and Nicole Westmoreland on his team. What more can we say? But like I said, I'm not quick to say why I think he got Miss Westmoreland on his team. It has nothing to do with her race, y'all. It don't have anything to do with her race. But I think there is a very specific reason about why he decided to have Miss Westmoreland as an attorney on his case. One that I'm not going to talk about myself. If you know, you know. But anyway, let's get back into this. So now, where were we? Okay, so. All right, so that's coupled with a specific reference to the issue of videos and the fact that the defendant didn't have the videos, but that the victim did. And so that is the charge that, they had the videos, he didn't. And you have to ask yourself, why are we hearing about videos being held over people's heads? Because there's a reason for that. It's the fact that things have changed and money has been paid or money has been requested. And that's the sort of attack that was raised. And I think that fairly fits within the rule as to B3 15. Now is B316 the same text thread or what? Ms. Foster says yes, it is. It just, I think, captures just a little bit more of the entirety of it, the court. So that applies to B315 and 316. The standard has not been satisfied as to B332 or B329. So we have to wait until rebuttal to see what happens on cross-examination. Anything further, Ms. Foster or Ms. Johnson? No, Your Honor. Thank you. Why don't we bring Mr. Phillip back so he can be sitting in the witness stand, and at the same time we'll have our jury ready in the ante room. So now we are getting the escort. He doesn't like to be called an escort because he said he's a dancer, but so this is still cross. Now they're going to bring him back into the court so he can just start he can continue to be cross-examined. And then after that, Cassie Ventura takes the stand. So the court, welcome back, members of the jury. Mr. Phillip, you understand that you are still under oath. Yes. Mr. Donaldson. Thank you, Jerome. Thank you so much, Jerome. Stop. Thank you. I'll try. The witness says yes. The court, Mr. Donaldson. Yes, Judge. Thank you. And so Daniel Phillip resumed, and so here is cross examination. So good morning, sir. Good morning. If we can briefly, I just want to go back to what we talked about yesterday. Finish what we talked about yesterday. Sure. Regarding that first meeting at the Gramercy Park Hotel, do you recall that? Yes. Now, see, for y'all that wasn't here for the when they first started cross-examining this witness, he's not playing. This witness is not playing with them. He's not playing. So I'm interested into seeing what, because he want to go back now. You're going back over some question from yesterday, and you already know that this man on the stand, don't he's not playing. He's not playing. He came there to state the facts and the facts only. And the only reason why he continued to come back is because he was trying to get Cassie to leave the situation that she was in. So, I know it's crazy. Sometimes he was paid for it. Sometimes he wasn't, because he couldn't perform because the weirdo was sitting in the corner in the room, in the corner of the room, pleasuring himself. For those of y'all that wasn't here yesterday, the day before yesterday, the weirdo was sitting in the corner pleasuring himself while this guy is attending a freak off, which he was brought to the freak off under false pretenses. Okay. So if we can briefly, I just want to go back to what we talked about yesterday, though. So the witness says, sure. Regarding that first meeting at Gramercy Park Hotel, do you recall that? Yes. I believe you said yesterday on direct. I believe you said on direct that you left and then returned back to the hotel, correct? Yes. I would have asked and answered, because y'all asked this yesterday. He answered it yesterday. Why are we rehashing this today? The jurors are the same. It doesn't make a difference if the people that are in the gallery are different. The jurors are the same. Why are we rehashing these same questions? I don't understand why they didn't say objection, asked and answered. All right, y'all, let's go. And you returned back because Cassie called you to come back, right? Yes. And at that time, when you came back, you stayed for approximately 1 or 2 hours. Is that right? For a few hours, yes. And I believe you said on direct that during the time of this Gramercy Park Hotel visit, Mr. Combs was not saying anything. Correct. But when he did, even though he was sitting over there looking like a creep with a baseball cap on and a bandana up to his nose, as soon as he opened up his mouth and said something, he already knew it was Diddy. But he acted like he still didn't know who the creep was sitting in the corner of the room. Take that. You're all over the TV, all over social media, all on the radios, because you're all in the song and the shiny suits and stuff. We all know what you sound like. So as soon as you open up your mouth and you did say something in the room, he knew that it was you. All right, let's go. So during the first time or the second time, during what time are you referring? I didn't say he didn't say anything. He did speak to me. See, that's how they try to catch him up. See, I told y'all that this man right here, he didn't come to play with them. All these guys, these lights is got, listen, yeah, these lights is on. Yeah, I'm about to be in the dark over here because these lights is hot. Shoot. All right. So he didn't say. Listen, stop playing with this. This guy's not playing with y'all. Okay, he's a businessman. I don't like the name of his book. I don't like the name of his book. He got a book called, wait a minute now. Something about frozen meat. I'm going to have to, I'm going to see if they're going to ask him about it so we can, the name of this book, it was because, okay, let's go. Yeah, correct. And so for those 2 hours of you having X, with Miss Cassie Ventura at the Gramercy Park Hotel, it would be fair to say that Miss Ventura took the lead in the actual intercourse, correct? No. You took the lead? We were equally just doing our thing. I wouldn't say there was a leader. Miss Ventura and you decided on what positions you would do in this, oh goodness. this actual penetration of those few hours, correct? Correct. You and Miss Ventura decided together what types of X you would have with those few hours, correct? Correct. We all know that Diddy told her. We all know that he told her. The defense, all right, they doing their job. I'm sorry, y'all, because they doing their job. Like, defense, y'all trying to do y'all job. I get it. Excuse me. And on that time period when you were with Miss Ventura at the Grand Marcy Park Hotel, she wasn't drunk, correct? Correct. She did not appear high, correct? I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? She did not appear to be under the influence of any narcotics, correct? Correct. All right. And you did not see her consume any alcohol, correct? Correct. You did not see her take any drugs that day, correct? Correct. So, from your perspective, for those 2 hours that you were having actual relations with Miss Ventura, that's it, relations. It's fair to say she was in complete control of everything she was doing, correct? I cannot say that. Now, you also said on this first time with Miss Ventura at the Grand Marcy Park Hotel, you did not wear a condom, correct? Correct. And she did not ask you to wear a condom, correct? Correct. And it's fair to say you did. All right, here we go with this word again. I got to find where's forever when I need her. Oh, okay. Yeah, you missed the crew real bad. Yeah. Yeah, that's great. I was was I asleep? Like, I was on I did hop on a panel last night. It had everything to do with Naziah Harris, and I couldn't resist. Couldn't resist because Naziah's cousin was in there talking a whole bunch of smack. And I could not resist. I said, I went up on the panel. They already know that I cover Naziah over here, but I just don't every day. I'm not reporting on Naziah. So I do follow Shank Rock. If you follow Shank Rock here on YouTube, it's everything Naziah Harris over there, and they are doing some deep dives over there. Like they have found out some stuff. So follow Shank Rock for that type of content. But I will be covering the Naziah Harris case live when it resumes in October, just to let anybody know. But anyway, so yeah, around that time I was on a panel just going in because I had her cousin. It was just like, yo, I had it. Where the link at? Where's the link? All we care about is where's this baby at? Where's Naziah Harris at? They want to lay her to rest properly. Where is she at? All this arguing and stuff y'all doing back and forth online is worthless. It's useless. Well, nobody cares about that. Nobody cares about that. Where's this baby at? Where's her remains if she's not on this earth? Or if y'all know where she's at, where is she? That's all I had to get up there like, yo, what is going on? I lose my mind when it comes to Naziah Harris. This story is crazy. And to see her family on here, let me get back on track because that's something else. But yeah, she's like, I'm like, what? She was in there saying some crazy stuff, her cousin. Yesterday, I was like, oh, wait a minute now. What? Girl, you deflecting and lying in this chat. But wouldn't come on the stage because she said she was sick. So that's why I went up there. And I said, yeah, if I was sick, I wouldn't be on YouTube fighting in the comments, lying in the comments. So apparently you're not sick. He keep dropping the link. Hit it. Come on up. Come on up. So she decided to come up. And so he said, are y'all going to be able to let her talk and respect her? Bro, this your panel. I'm not going on nobody panel disrespecting their panel. If you say mute up, I'm muting up. I'm not saying nothing. But I did say, like, if you sick, why you in the comments? You down there fighting everybody, going against everything, that people are saying. These people are looking for this baby. These people are in Maryland and got people on the ground down there, out there in Michigan looking for this baby. Looking to see if they can find their remains, looking for clues. People are coming through. Like Jarvis Butts is a sick individual, but her family got some explaining to do. So that's just that. Y'all, anybody that's been watching me know how I feel about Naziah Harris. That's just that on that, and I'm never gonna change that. But when I tell you that Shank Rock and his team over there, there's another Miss Parker and her riders. When I tell you they got their foot on her whole family's neck, I mean they dug deep and they found some information. So I gotta give it up to them when it comes to Naziah, because I don't report on her unless something new comes out, or there's some developments in the case, or maybe a new interview comes out. But they have dug so deep over there, y'all. It's mind blowing. No, the people are feeling comfortable with coming on their platform and telling them things outside of the family. So Jarvis Butts is, child, let me go on to this one over here. But y'all see what's on the screen. Hit the like button. We're on the road to 4K. We are so close. We are at 3.97K subscribers. So hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button for your girl. The like button is a free way to support the show. Thank you so much. Everything costs. These transcripts cost. So as a free way to support the show, let's go ahead and hit the like button. Thank you. Let's get back into these documents. So he said, so that correct. So at this point at the Grand Marcy Hotel, you knew that strike that Cassie Ventura paid for this, gave you cash, correct? I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? At the Grand Marcy Park Hotel experience. Lord, he done added experience to the word. It's called the freak off, sir. That's what I would have said. Cassie Ventura gave you cash, correct? Correct. She also paid for this hotel visit with her credit card, correct? I don't know what she paid for with the hotel. I have nothing to do with that. Well, you did learn from your boss that Miss Ventura paid for this hotel stay with her credit card, correct? That's not correct. She paid for the dancers to come to her with the credit card. I have no idea who paid for the hotel. And then he gonna say, strike that. You tried it. I know you would, Jerome. You tried it. And then y'all gonna strike the question. So she paid for the dancer from the service with her credit card, correct? Correct. Now, yesterday you also mentioned an assault that you observed inside Cassie's apartment. Is that right? Correct. You indicated this assault occurred on 11th Avenue at her apartment. I believe it was 10 West 11th Avenue. Is that correct? I believe it was West End Avenue, but it may have been 11th Avenue. And this assault at her apartment happened after the Grand Marcy Park experience. Correct. And that was your first time going to her apartment when this assault occurred, correct? I believe so, correct. And in order to get to her apartment, she had to provide you the address for that, correct? Correct. And in fact, I believe she texted you her address to where you were supposed to come, correct? Correct. Now, when you got to the apartment, I believe you said on direct that you had X with Miss Ventura prior to this assault occurring, correct? Correct. And this X occurred again. You didn't see Miss Ventura in an inebriated state before you had X, correct? Correct. She didn't appear to you to be under the influence of any rugs. That's, the rugs you lay down, put the D on the front, before you had X, correct? Correct. Now, after you all had X, I believe you said that Miss Ventura was sitting at a desk on her computer, correct? Correct. And you were sitting in the room next to her, correct? Incorrect. You see what I'm saying? It's the little things. And this witness is so sharp. No, not today, bro. Not yesterday and not today. You're not doing this. So you were sitting somewhere near her. I was sitting behind her. You were sitting behind her in a room while she was on her computer, correct? Correct. And this was after you had already had the X that you all had, correct? And so at this point, she was just doing something on the computer and you were just having a conversation with her. Incorrect. I was just sitting there. So you were just sitting there and she was doing something on the computer, correct? At some point, you heard her yell for Mr. Combs saying, hey, babe, come over here. Correct? Correct. And Miss Ventura responded, wait a minute. At some point, you heard her yell for Mr. Combs, saying, that is all wrong. So Mr. Combs, Puffy called out to her and said, hey, babe, come over here. Correct. So her should be a him. And not even for Mr. Combs. Like, this is okay, whatever. So, and Miss Ventura responded, hey, I have all of my personal information on the computer. I'll be there in a second. Correct? Correct. And then you're saying that at that moment, a bottle flew past her head and crashed against the wall. Is that correct? Correct. And then Mr. Combs, like, why are you repeating this? Oh my God, this is so bad. This is so bad for Puffy. Why is he repeating this? All right, so let's go with him repeating this nonsense again. Sir, this is not, I don't understand what, see, this is why Puffy got mad and showed that evil side, the evil stuff that he do on the street. He did it in the courtroom. And because these are the type of questions that they're asking. You asked all of this stuff yesterday and you're rehashing it. And it's really not a good thing for the freaking defense. Okay, so let's go. And then Mr. Combs came outside and grabbed her by her hair and neck and took her back to the room. Is that right? The witness says he grabbed her by her hair and dragged her by her hair into her bedroom. Yes. See why this is not good for him to keep repeating? They said this yesterday. This is, and you're rehashing this again for him to say this, because you know that this witness is nothing to be played with. But I'm gonna have a little little sip of agua because I've been doing a lot of reading. Hold on. But why would you rehash this? But anyway, let's go. And then at some point, you're still sitting where you were sitting. Correct? Correct. And then after you hear this commotion in the bedroom between Mr. Combs and Cassie, I believe you said on direct, he comes outside to where you were, looks at you and says, are you ready? Is that right? He said, are you guys ready to continue? Somewhere along those lines. And that is what he said to you after you're saying the assault occurred. Correct? Yes, correct. If y'all think that's bad, wait till she tell y'all. Just wait till her testimony. And you know what? It may be at the end. We may not get to it till tomorrow. Like some of her testimony, it may be, I don't know. I have to see how long I'm going to go because, I'm on here, for hours at a time. Hit the like button for the free 99. If you're over here, if you're not a subscriber, hit the subscribe button next to the like button. And that's a great way to support the show. But we have people that will come here and just sit in the bushes. They won't hit the like and all that for free. This is my time. And so, yeah. So depending, shout out to, Jerome for, donating to the platform, but depending is how long that we're going to be here. And we'll probably have to pick it up some other time. So, but I do want to see if we can get through this witness and at least start the Cassie, the Cassie testimony. All right. So do you recall yesterday? Oh no. So, wait a minute. Isn't it true, Mr. Phillip, that after this assault occurred, Mr. Combs walked outside to you and said, you got to get up. You got to get out of here. You got to go. I don't recall that. Isn't it true that when he walked outside after this assault, they are, and I don't know what his defense team is doing, but they have already admitted to a lot of crimes that Puffy committed, and that's saying that he's admitting to those because they are not listed in the RICO charge. But Cassie can't be his girlfriend. I don't care how you put it. She cannot be his girlfriend. He's still seeing Kim, and he has a whole line of women. So, and each time she was dealing with somebody, they were not together. They were broken up. He would not accept that they are not together and wouldn't let her leave. We're going to read about her mother's testimony, how he had them send him $20,000. That's extortion, bruh. And that's why he's charged so broadly, because a lot of that stuff does fit under the RICO statutes. You sent the money back, but you send it. You cannot rob me and then give me my stuff back like, oh, you know what? The good Lord came down on my shoulder and told me to give you your stuff back. Ma'am, I'm so sorry that I robbed you. No, you robbed me already. So what, you gave it back? You still robbed me. He could have said, no, I'm not going to do it, but we got a pretty strong suspicion about why he did it in the first place. Not only did you do that, you provided the wire information to the bad boy business account. So now you're commingling funds, if you will. That goes right to the RICO statute. So that for people that just keep saying, oh, they're not, this is just a domestic violence case. I like to see your mothers and daughters and your sisters, aunts, the women in your life. Yeah, Cassie can take some type of accountability, but everybody saw the video. She was not able to leave. If you didn't see the video, she was not able to leave. She was trying to leave. She was trying to escape. She didn't have on no shoes, no socks, no nothing, Jesus. She said, let me put these socks on while the elevator is coming. Here he go flying around. He be out here in people's hotels with a towel on and some designer socks. All right. So, do you recall yesterday I asked you whether or not you had a conversation with law enforcement officers in December of 2023. You indicated that you did, correct? Correct. And you indicated yesterday that you had this conversation with law enforcement officers and they asked you about these events, correct? Correct. And they asked you about this assault as well, correct? Correct. And you told them what happened with this assault, correct? Correct. And you told them that you told them what you said in response to this assault, correct? Correct. Isn't it true that on December 18, 2023, Combs exited the room and threw a bottle of liquor towards Ventura? Combs, now this is the attorney that's asking this. Combs then slapped Ventura in the face, grabbed her by her hair, and dragged her into the bedroom. Philip could hear Combs continue slapping and hitting Ventura. Combs eventually came back out and told Philip, your man going to have to deal with this. You need to get the F out. Philip left and blocked Ventura. Objection, Your Honor, to reading a document not in evidence. That's sustained. After you let him read. Law isn't a fact. Isn't a fact. That's what's he on the document, y'all. That's not. Isn't a fact that isn't it a fact that on December 18th, 2023, you told law enforcement agents after Mr. Combs assaulted Miss Ventura that Mr. Combs told you, yo man, you need to get the F out. I do not recall that. Can you please put up 3574, the parties and the witness only? End of page 3, beginning of page 4. Could you highlight where it ends? Ventura stated at the top, end of page 3, right there. Mr. Donaldson, are you attempting to refresh the witness's recollection? Yes, I am. You should just ask him to read what you presented and ask him a fresh question, not referring to the document. I am. Well, yeah, but why? Yeah, why are you putting the document up? Mr. Phillip, yes, I'm showing you a single page document with the highlighted portion. I see it. I would like you to read that portion to yourself. I've read it. Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told the agents on December 18th of 2023 after you indicated that you observed an assault and what Mr. Combs told you after that? I do not remember saying that. No. You do not remember telling the agents. You do not remember saying what? What I am reading here? That objection, Your Honor, that Mr. Combs told me to get the F out. Hold on. We are going to strike that last answer. The jury should disregard it. Mr. Donaldson, please ask your next question. May we approach, Your Honor, please? 1 second. May I confer with counsel, Your Honor? The court, you may. Question. So the counsels confer. Mr. Phillip, yes. You recall, not recall, but well, do you recall dating a model by the name of Malia? I never said I dated her. She was a friend of mine. Do you recall having a friend named Malia? Malia? Malia. And you, Malia, and while you were with this friend Malia, would it be fair to say that you were walking by Dream Hotel here in downtown New York and happened to see Miss Cassie Ventura outside of that hotel? Yes. And when you saw her outside the hotel, outside the Dream Hotel, she was not with Mr. Combs, correct? Correct. She was with some other friends, correct? Correct. And you were walking with your friend Malia, correct? Correct. And you and Miss Cassie Ventura made contact with each other, correct? Objection to the form. Well, did you at that time, when you saw Cassie Ventura outside the Dream Hotel, say anything to her? No. Did she say anything to you? No. Did you say anything to Malia about Cassie Ventura? Yes. And you told Malia that. You told Malia about the relationship that you had with Cassie Ventura, correct? Malia already knew about the relationship I had with her. She knew because you told her, correct? Correct. And you told Malia that you were and Cassie Ventura had been seeing each other socially. Is that fair to say? Objection to hearsay, Your Honor. I'm asking what he told her. It's overruled, correct? And then after you saw Cassie in front of the hotel, the Dream Hotel, Cassie then called you later on, correct? Correct. And Cassie called you later on and said she wanted to get together with you to have another experience. Would that be fair to say? She asked me to meet her. She asked me if I was available. She asked you, were you available to meet her to have another experience, correct? Incorrect. Okay. And you thought when Cassie called you, you thought she was calling you to come see her for a one-on-one. Is that correct? Correct. And when you say you thought she was calling you for you to come see her on a one-on-one, you meant one-on-one regarding a actual encounter, correct? Correct. So, and this had nothing to do with Mr. Combs, correct? I don't understand that. Well, you saw Cassie Ventura in front of the Dream Hotel, correct? Correct. She wasn't with Sean Combs, correct? Correct. And then Cassie called you, correct? Correct. And then you presume that Cassie was calling you for a one-on-one between you and her, correct? Incorrect. Now, yesterday, you also mentioned something about a hearing argument. A hearing argument. A yelling at the Essex Hotel between Cassie and Combs. Do you recall testifying about that? Yes. Now, in that particular situation, again, Cassie called you and asked you to meet her at the Dream Hotel. Is that right? Correct. And then she canceled and said, meet her at the Ex's house. Correct? Correct. So then you went to the Ex's house. Correct? Correct. And you and Cassie had X at the Ex's house. Correct? Correct. And once again, Cassie, you did not observe Cassie to have to be under the influence of any narcotics. Correct? Correct. You didn't observe her to be drunk. Correct? Correct. And you didn't see her drinking or taking any drugs before you all had X that day, correct? Correct. And then after you and Cassie had X, you then said Cassie and Mr. Combs went to a bedroom together, correct? Correct. Now, y'all see how he tried to remove Diddy from the situation, but he is there. Child, and Cassie is going to clear up. He had her take these pills before the escort would arrive, but then sometimes they would give the escort some rugs, and then sometimes Diddy would have to call for a re-up, or or he would have Cassie call. We need some more because it done wore off. Cassie is hurt. I done had these men pounding her for 3 or 4 days. Can we get some more of that horse tranquilizer? Child. Listen, this is too much. All right, so, and then yesterday you said you saw Mr. Combs run out of the hotel, completely out of the hotel, naked, correct? I think he had a towel on, correct? What the Oh my God, Lord, this man is crazy, y'all. This is just really, really something else. So he ran completely out the hotel with just a towel on. He ran out of the room. And then after that, Cassie then ran to you and jumped in your lap. Is that correct? Correct. And then you said you all started kissing. Is that right? She was shaking uncontrollably, obviously afraid. And we started talking for a while before we ended up kissing each other. Yes. Okay, so let's go to that. So Cassie ran and jumped into your lap, and then you all started talking for a while. Is that right? Correct. And then while you were all talking, she started kissing you. Correct? Correct. And this is something different than has ever been done before. Correct? Correct. And then you started kissing her back. Correct? Correct. And then you all started, I believe you said starting getting into it. Correct? Correct. And when you say getting into it, you all started having X, correct? Moving in that direction. I don't think I could say this word. You got a direction, correct? You said? Yeah, I'll figure that out. All right, because I don't think I can say that over here on the YouTube. But all right. Correct. And this was a different moment than before, correct? Correct. You felt like there was some kind of bond between you two, correct? I always felt that, but correct. And then at that point, you said Mr. Combs walked in, correct? Correct. And then at that point, you lost your direction. Hold on, y'all. I haven't look up here and ain't nothing on the screen. Dear Lord. That's just hold on, y'all. Let me get this worked out. I don't know if because the man could not perform because Puffy was in the corner, and after he called her into the room, which he did on plenty occasions for different reasons, that's creepy. Only the diddler would know why he would want to see something like that or want something done to him like that. We didn't get to that part, so I'm not going to even explain that part because it is a little graphic. And I'm gonna go on ahead and let it come on up in the transcripts. I'm gonna let it come on up in there, and yeah, we'll go over it. We'll go over it when it comes up. So, hold on a minute. Let me just update something really fast here. I know I forgot to. Yeah, this is all right. I forgot to put. Yeah, I forgot to put this in here. Sorry. Let me just do this really quick. All right, I had to put shout out to to Jerome in the chat for supporting the show. So okay, so in the banner. I don't think that's bad. I don't know why they held it, but okay. Yeah, they you gonna find out, Jerome. YouTube be bugging. They be bugging. Oh, you can't say that. You can't. This is yeah. So Ali said 50 Shades of Grey. Like this is beyond. I mean, like, because I think 50 Shades of Grey. If I remember reading that. I remember reading that series, but it was like strictly to that. But This guy is. I don't. I don't know. I think let's just go back to this. So and because so he said, so you lost your direction. Y'all know what that is. Because Mr. Combs was present. Correct, correct. And because his presence made you lose your direction, meaning that he couldn't get it the way. Yeah, correct. And his presence caused you to have this erectile dysfunction. Correct. Now, you also said that you had been with Cassie and Combs for at least 6 or 7 times, right? Correct. And only one of those times you indicated that you saw Cassie under the influence of any drugs, correct? That's what you said yesterday. Yesterday, you said only one of those times you saw Cassie under the influence of rugs. My hesitation is in your reference to me being with them. I literally was invited to come that day. He opened the door. Sean Combs opened the door. I saw her visibly on the couch, passed out, slumped over on the couch. She looked completely inebriated. Your Honor. Yeah, that's on 100, Ali. Your Honor, I moved to strike. There was no question on the Your Honor. It was responsive. Overruled. Yeah, what are you talking about? You asked and he answered. That's what he said yesterday. So I'm not understanding why you want to strike it today. That's exactly what he said yesterday. Child. They be doing too much over there on the defense side. Like I'm still Brian still email me because I want to know why you Miss Nicole Westmoreland. We need to talk. I want to know why y'all got on this case. You think, Jerome? So I thought that. All right, so yeah, that could be. You know what? I had. You know what? I totally forgot all about that when they had this going around the gay rapper, the gay. Yeah, just come out and be who you are. You're a Fruit Loop. I don't know if y'all saw the video with him with the wig on a flip. He was on live with another man, like doing all this with the wig. This is me at night, me after dark. And the guy in the video, like, don't act like you don't know who I am. You know who I am. And he like, oh no, when my kids is watching, I don't want, what? When I saw the video, I said, that's just hideous. I don't even want to listen to the video. Cause where's Puffy in that wig? And he said, oh, you in that wig. He talking about this is natural on me. Marilyn Monroe. Not the Fruit Loop. Who said the Fruit Loop? Jerome, is that even the same video that we are talking about, though? I think that's a different video. The one that I think this one is different than the one that I'm talking about. When you go back and watch these videos that he was putting out here, you see stuff in a whole different light. You like, how did I not? How did I not? How did we not? How did I not see his arms twisting so much in every video that he's in? Go back and watch his videos. I said, wait a minute. Now that I'm looking at this video again, every time he got out the car, he was Even on the video where the little girl interviewed him on a golf course and he supposedly had surprised his son, he got out there, he was like just with the like it, child, the mannerisms are apparent and present. You had to say happy birthday to you. You could hold it in. Yeah, this man, he is a mess, y'all. I mean, be prepared. Be prepared to be blown away. The reason why I'm digging into these transcripts, like I said, is because the news stations and the content creators, they're giving you the gist of what's going on. But we have definitely cleared up some things by digging into the transcripts. So that's why, you know, we have clarified some things. You know, sometimes, like, you know, people are excited, they misspeak, and so we have definitely clarified because we're reading this for ourselves. So it is just crazy, but let's get back into it. And so and as I saw her on the couch, Mr. Combs said to me, I don't think this is going to happen today. I looked at her and I said, yeah, obviously, and I left. Let's go through that. As I said, so you were with them several times, correct? Well, in the presence of Cassie and Mr. Combs several times with these experiences, correct. Correct. Oh, so he's asking him. He says, so, and that one time, okay, so, well, in the presence of Cassie and Mr. Combs several times with these experiences, correct? He says, correct. And that one time you said you saw Cassie under the influence or inebriated in some sort, correct? Correct. And that one time you saw her in this condition, Mr. Combs told you nothing is happening today, correct? Correct. So the one time that you did see her under any kind of influence or under any kind of rugs, Mr. Combs said no to any actual actual pleasure, correct? Correct. You said something about a last encounter you had with Cassie and Combs, and there was another man in the room. Do you recall saying that? Yes. In that situation, Cassie again called you to the apartment, correct? Correct. This was at her apartment, correct? Correct. And of course, you arrived at her apartment. Is that fair to say? I arrived at her apartment. Is that what you asked me? You went to her apartment, right? Yes, correct. And when you got to the apartment, there was another male there already, correct? Incorrect. You were there first, correct? Correct. And you and Cassie Ventura had already had X before the male got there, correct? Incorrect. Okay. Would it be fair to say that, okay, when the male got there, you and Cassie had X, correct? Incorrect. Would it be fair to say that you and the male that was there rotated having X with Cassie Ventura? Incorrect. Oh, wow. Would it be fair to say that you watched the male have X with Cassie Ventura while Cassie Ventura was having X with Sean Combs? Correct. Would it be fair to say that during this time period, Cassie Ventura was not under any influence of narcotics? It didn't appear to be so. And would it also be, is that fair to say that she was not intoxicated, correct? I couldn't say that, but it didn't appear that she was. Well, let's do this. Let's do it this way. From your appearance, from your observation of Cassie Ventura on the day she had X with Mr. Combs and another person, she did not appear to be under the influence of narcotics, correct? Correct. On the day that you saw Cassie Ventura having X with Mr. Combs and another individual male, she did not appear to be inebriated, correct? Correct. You mentioned something about directing Mr. Combs, directing things. Do you recall saying that yesterday? Yes. Now it will be true that Mr. Combs never gave directions about what positions to use during X with Cassie Ventura, correct? Incorrect. Yeah, I don't even know. He said, that his mother, real mother, died, and his mother is his aunt. I don't believe that rumor. I don't. I don't believe that. I don't believe that rumor. Um, and the reason why I don't believe the rumor is, well, this may not be a reason to not believe it, but I believe that that's his mother. But what it was, he lost his father at a very young age. It was his father who was unalive because he was eating cheese. That's what they said. I don't know. I'm just repeating what they said allegedly. And he talks about it too. He did say something about it, but he didn't say in that way, like why. Um, what happened to him, he was unalived by somebody. And his mother allegedly was having these parties. If you look at I don't know, their relationship is weird and awkward to me. So also, so that's what they're saying. And they would, he would, be present. He would be present for those things. So I don't think that I never believed that rumor that that's not his mother. And yeah, I did see Kanye West. I have a whole different perspective about Kanye West is, I think he's under the influence of a lot of things, but I think that his new wife is definitely pulling the strings. Um, she's his power of attorney. And he's in some legal battles where it is just a mess. So I do believe that. Um, yeah, he lost it. He comes out every now and then and says some crazy stuff. So he said he sacrificed his mother. Should we believe it? He said it, not us. He said that himself. Then he has all these things going on. These his anti. He's just doing too much. Talking about uh, child. Let me just go past that because Kanye is just doing too much. He does not represent me. He does not represent the people. I'm gonna put it like that. He does not. He does not represent us. Like no, Kanye West does not represent who I am. Anybody that's allowing a wife of theirs to walk around, like everything, like she's just all the time. Just why don't she never have on no clothes? I'm just confused. And she show up in a fur jacket. Where's Peter at? Peter, did y'all see her show up in that fur jacket and then dropped it? She didn't have on no clothes. Now they on a daggone red car. I can't. A lot of stuff for Kanye West. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even look at it. I don't even watch it because it is just crazy how he's and disgusting how he's crashing out here. It is it's really crazy, but he need to take his meds if he need them and stay away from rugs, I say, allegedly, because he has put himself in a situation. He has put himself in such a situation to where if you think this woman really cares about you, that she's trying to take something that's your children's. I agree. I never would say that I would agree with Kim on something, but I agree with Kim said when Kim said that North's music, the money that she makes from her music is going to be put in a trust for her. His power of attorney, who is his new wife, wanted to. She was going after that money too. Yeah. Yeah. So, at first I felt bad for Kanye. I'm at the point where, I'm over it. And so a lot of stuff about I do not watch. I do not watch. I haven't watched, and as a matter of fact, you know what? To be honest with you, I stay away from the news because sometime I'll go and research something, but I stay away from the news a lot because it's like it's too much stuff going on. Like it's just too much. And I haven't watched TV in about 3 weeks to a month. But if I do, I go right to my favorite. I only watch 3 channels: Oxygen, Oxygen East, Oxygen West, and the IG channel. I'm a true crime buff. That's it. I want to see something that's true. I don't want to see nothing that's made up. So I like to watch true crime. That's what it is. This is true crime here. Just happens to be with the celebrity. But yeah, that's who I am. I love true crime. It's just, I don't know. I've always been into true crime. I wanted to be an attorney at first. But I said, nah, I'll leave that over there to the happily angry lawyer and all of them over there. Like, yeah, y'all go on and do that. um, so it says, and when you met the federal prosecutor, so all right, so here you go. If you're incorrect about the position, so you recall meeting with the federal government, the prosecutors, on March 28th of 2025, correct? Correct. And when you met with these federal prosecutors on March 28th, that was this year, correct? March 28th of 2025, you met with federal prosecutors, correct? Correct. I don't know why he said all that, and that was like 2 questions jammed into it. Was the same question though, twice. And when you met the federal prosecutors on March 28th of 2025, you spoke to them about your relationship or your contacts with Cassie, correct? Correct. And you told them about the actual intercourse. Yeah, interaction and the actual, or what he says is, and the actual interactions you had with Cassie Ventura. Correct? Correct. And isn't it true that on March 28th, 2025, you told the AUSAs here that you do not recall Sean Combs giving directions about what position to use during X? Correct. So, in fact, on March 28th, 2025 and today, it is true that you don't recall Sean Combs giving any directions about actual positions during yourself with Cassie Ventura, correct? Incorrect. Okay, Mr. Phillip, it's fair to say that you believe Cassie Ventura liked you in a unique way, correct? We were becoming friends, yes. You thought that you all were establishing some, I believe you said earlier, establishing some kind of bond together, correct? Correct. In fact, prior to your last visit with Mr. Combs and Cassie, you thought that you were in a relationship with Cassie, correct? No, incorrect. There were times you were actually trying to get Cassie alone because you were attracted to her and you wanted to be with her. Isn't that correct? I always wanted to make sure she was okay. I definitely was attracted to her. And had she ever given me the chance to date her, I absolutely would have. In fact, on those occasions when they were alone in the bedroom and you were, well, strike that. There were occasions where Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura would go into another room and they would be having X, correct? I don't know what they were doing in the other room. It is true that you said you would actually get jealous when you saw Mr. Combs having X with Cassie, correct? And correct. Can I have 1 second, please, Your Honor? You may. You met with the government on October 7th of 2024 as well, correct? Correct. When you met with the federal government on October 7th of 2024, you met with these federal prosecutors here, correct? Correct. And when you met with them, you told them about your interactions with Miss Ventura and your actual pleasures with her, correct? Correct. And you told them about how you felt about her, correct? Correct. Isn't it true that on October 7th of 2024, you told the federal prosecutors in your meeting with them that Sean Combs would occasionally tell you to go sit on the couch? It's my turn. And then, objection, Your Honor, sustained. Did you not tell the prosecutors on October 7th, 2024, that you would feel jealous? I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can we have a sidebar? Thank you. So this is at the sidebar. This is, he said, yeah, it is. You know, Shane is a heck of a drug. So they're at a sidebar. We're going to read here what they said during the sidebar on the official transcripts. If they're not reading what's on the sidebar, then the transcripts are not official. Here we go. The court. All right. Do you have the document like right in front of the jury that you're reading from? I have it to the side so I can read it. I'm trying to make sure you can't do that. They can't see the document, Judge. It's right in front of the juror. Okay. See, they playing dirty. You see how the judge had to call them out? So how they did, because this is, so Faith, I absolutely wouldn't think that she would be in this. Little Kim was into Biggie. I don't think that she ever was like into Puff that way. I don't think that she ever, and you know what is so funny? You never saw Lil Kim or Mary or Faith in any of those pictures from when they were having them parties. So white parties are the white parties. It's the after party is where, most people, where they said some things happen. So that is not, and so for those parties, that is not what he's on. He's not on trial for the parties. So I've never seen them. And you remember Kim did time in a federal prison, right? Her and Diddy was not speaking. That's why I said I bet not see Kimberly. I bet not see her step in this courtroom in support of this. Like she was locked up. He did not put a penny on her books. He did not check on her at all. So when she came home, she was upset. She said it in the interview, and I don't blame her. Like, what are you doing? Like, I mean, weren't we better than that? So people slowly started to see that it was really all about him. Little Kim is the queen. Yes, she is. She started all of this. Regardless to what people want to say, what they want to think, she is the one that started this that hardcore, explicit rap. That the name of her album, Hardcore. That album, you better listen to that album somewhere where you sealed, because when you listen to the explicit version, I was like, oh wow, well, okay. Let me go on and listen to this is hot. Hey, but yeah, dipping on your Ninja Honda with Tanisha and Rhonda. What? That wasn't too bad. That one was her and Mary J. I Can Love You, but that was fire. And Lil Kim made a song with Remy Ma. When Remy Ma first came home, that song is fire, but it didn't get a lot of play. It didn't get the shine that it needed to get. It didn't give what it get the shine that it should have. It definitely is a hit. I gotta remember what the name was. I played it straight for like a year after when it came out. So wake me up when the morning comes. And Lil Kim sounds like a dude on there. Like it's just, and like and Remy Ma Papoose. I mean Remy Ma had let off on that record. So yeah. Mama Diddy, the OGs females are holding back. Listen, she got a lot going on. They said, and I don't know, that's a legend because I don't know if it's true or not, but they said that her and Diddy's son is at each other's neck. Who gonna be the heir to nothing? Because by the time he finished and keep adding these attorneys, like, yeah, bro, you're not making no money right now. You got to remember. Is De Leon, they snatched Ciroc, Revolt. He had to step down from all of that stuff. Now, if you're a billionaire, you're not continuously adding to your empire, it does start to dwindle down. It starts to dwindle down, and right now, the defense team that he has is a $10 million defense team. Now he just added a new attorney, and I got to get the correct term for the attorney that he added. It's nobody that's it's strictly for his assets. He's an asset. I think it's I may be wrong, an asset forfeiture attorney or something like that, to see if he can basically salvage some of his assets, because the federal government has froze all of his assets. He can't do nothing with them. So, I just think they offered you 15 years. And I know it's hard for anybody to say, and it can go either way because of the jury, right? The jury is the jury, but at the end of the day, your kids got to hear this. Your kids have to hear this. I would have been like to my daughters, let me handle this. I don't want y'all in the courtroom for this. I understand y'all love me and y'all support me, but stay home. If they're coming because they support him in that way, it's sad. It's very sad. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? The billionaire trillionaire boyfriend. He pissed more than that off. And guess what? They talking about, oh yeah, somebody was hiding him. Yeah, the person that was hiding him got one foot in the grave, and he done came out. So y'all can't spill no tea on him, because he came out and said it himself. I like men and women. If I see a man and I'm attracted to them, I'm attracted to him. If I see a lady and I'm attracted to them, I'm attracted to her. It's all love. So they was like, so what do you think? About what's going on with Diddy? He was like, who? I said, oh shit. Did he just who him like that? Who? They said, what you think? What's going on with Diddy? Yo, he got in the car and gave them the eye, closed my door, and took off. He ain't say nothing else. He's like, who? What do you think about Diddy? Who? Yeah. All of it. Like they said, his girls graduated the other day. Shout out to them. They are some pretty girls. They look just like their mother. They are some beautiful, beautiful children. His daughter Chase is beautiful. His little daughter Love, she probably can't understand, but she knows, where's daddy? Because he would be around his kid. It is so sad. When they started these opening statements, to see his daughters got up and walked out of the courtroom, they left. And the public can be so cruel. These girls don't have anything to do with what their father did, but people don't think logically, right? So they got cameras all in their faces, so how you doing? What do you think about that? And the look on their faces is like, one of them looked like my feet hurt. I'm trying to hold together and be cute until we get to this car. It was just so heartbreaking to see that. It's so heartbreaking to see that. And if somebody's heart didn't break for them, I don't understand. These girls had nothing to do with what their father was doing, and I don't believe that they knew. I'm talking about the girls. I don't know about them boys now, because one of them is facing charges for something allegedly that happened. Allegedly, I have another set of paperwork, but these girls had nothing to do with their father, nothing to do with what he did. And I just don't understand why he wouldn't have made a call and said, whatever you do, keep my daughters away from this courthouse. I do not want them hearing this nonsense. No, Diddy, you playing games and tried to get, after you asked for a speedy trial, now you want to push the trial back. You behind the wall playing all types of games because your attorney Rico, ain't that strange? Your attorney Rico quit on you. He said, listen, they've been calling me Rico all my life. I know a Rico when I see it. This is a Rico, bro. I don't think that we're going to make it out of here successfully. Now, y'all, Survivor Speaks is a fool. His attorney ain't saying none of that. We don't know why Rico left, but his name is Rico. We don't know why Rico quit, why he stepped down. Maybe he just was not willing to get in the courtroom and do and say what they're doing. Maybe what they done changed their defense strategy so many times. They've changed their, depending on the witness, they changed their defense strategy. You can tell by the next line of questioning when it comes to the next witness. But they always have been pushing this narrative that Cassie was the ex-demon. She was the ex-addict. She was the rug addict. She was just a bad influence on this billionaire. And this is how he got here. So when Cassie left, you still continuing. The day you got locked up, they caught you. Let me see if I can bring that picture over here for y'all. Hold on a minute. I'm not about to play with this. Hold on. Y'all hold on a minute, because I got the pictures now. Hold on. Oh, okay. So I'm going to just bring up this one picture. So let me see how I do that. Okay, I'm going to eardrop it to me. All right, y'all, just give me a minute. Let me see if I can bring this up real fast. If I can bring this over here for y'all. Hold on. Because what are we talking about here? All right, let me see if I can add it right here really quick. Let me show y'all something real quick. This fool was having, when they arrested him, because he was caught off guard. He was caught off guard. This fool was in there. He done had a freak off. I said, what is wrong with this? This guy he don't have no sense. Like, you gotta be stupid. You gotta be real stupid. Let's see if it's gonna show up in the way. There we go. So when they arrested him, look at the love on top, Tucci on bottom. Look at the Tunji they found. In the bottle they got it, right? The bottle is empty. They got it like, This is just some of the stuff they found. This is the day that he was arrested in New York at the hotel. Baby oil and stuff was everywhere. It looks like you just got finished. Now, what I'm interested in, and there was a girl that was there when they arrested him. I'm interested to see, are they going to call her to the stand? That's what I want to see. Are they going to call this girl that was a part of the freak, or no, I don't think that was Jane. That's not Jane. So that's not Jane, because Jane is actually a victim number 2 in this case. But he sure enough was, having he apparently, allegedly had just the way the room was. I'm gonna see if I can pull all the pictures that they already admitted into evidence that's now public, for the public, because they had pictures of the room, and you could see like it was a mess. Towels was everywhere. It was just, and he had checked in like 3 hours prior to that. And so there was a girl in the room that day. I want to see if she is going to be a witness for the prosecution. Yeah. You know what? So he did not deserve, like, I mean, well, you know what it is like I said to somebody else over here that's always over here supporting me and watching me over here. Now, if you're a content creator, you support me. I'm going to support you. But sometimes people get bigger than the program. And so, this one content creator, I don't got nothing against her. Just don't put her name in my chat. She doesn't even like for people to put people's name in her chat or nothing. And she's been doing this for a long time. So to me, it's just like anything that's for me is for me. You can't take it from me. So, but she has always been nasty. So like it, just don't drop her name over here. Like, my mods know like whose links and stuff to drop. Um, she's not doing the darn thing. The YouTuber that is really, really doing the darn thing at this case here is Tisa Tells. Let me tell you something. She got it. And you can't take that away from her. She knows that what's for her is for her. And she's allowing other content creators that show up at the courtroom onto her platform where she has like 17, 18, 19, 20K people in a live at a time. She's letting you come on her channel. This YouTuber that is so nasty that has been doing this for years. She has like almost 200,000K subscribers. So now Tisa Tells us at 564K subscribers because she's really doing the dang thing, right? But she invite you onto her whoever's that's out there that is a content creator. Tisa Tells will invite you on her platform. And I think that she's pretty dope for that. I think she's pretty dope for that. So, and she's really, really she's doing the thing. Like, so that's all I really want to like, hold anybody, but I think like she's killing it when it comes to this Diddy trial right here. But she's been covering it for so long. Like, she's been on it. So it is what it is, but he got arrested with way more than that. He got arrested with baby oil, Astroglide. Now he's a billionaire. Why was the baby oil in stuff in a Ziploc bag out the kitchen? Sir. Jerome, you can't put that in there. Now do it again. I gotta hide it. You can't put you gotta put no, you can't. Who did you release that? You can't, you gotta put ish. You can't. I gotta remove that, Jerome. You can't put that. You gotta put ish. You gotta make one of the words that on that word right there on the back. Misspell it. You can't just put it out there. That's a lesson for your channel. You can't do that. You can't do that. But did you see Chopper's interview? Man, I really like Chopper. I really like his style, but I really his last interview was dope, but like he got to realize he did charges for being a PIMP. He got arrested for that. So you got a pimp type of mentality. Your daddy raised you. So like I just was like, I really love this, and I love the way he talked. I love like how he expresses himself and stuff like that. It's very interesting to watch. Also, Freddie P from Making the Band as well. They're interesting to watch. And he even said in the video that he just did, that he confirmed that, yeah, Diddy told Freddie, I'll buy all the houses on your block and turn the lights off. But that's what Freddie Pitt said. Chopper added that Diddy said, and pow you every time you come outside. No, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right, Al. It's all right. He got a new channel. You need to learn that. Tell him misspell all of the cuss words, Jerome. Okay. So yeah, that is just that on that. So all right, let me get back into these court documents. Oh, we've been here pretty a minute. Let me just text my daughter. Oh, not that. Um. All right. Send my daughter. I have some more pictures of Cassie. Oh, okay. Yep. I see that. Oh, okay. Thank you for that. Thank you, Allie. Thank you for that. Um, I see that. So yeah, that is awesome. It's still up over there, right? The trigger. Yeah. Okay. Hold on a minute, y'all. I'm texting my daughter. Oh, all right, y'all. Sorry about that. I had to no, it's all right, Jerome. It's all right. It's all right. I know that that's not that wasn't intentional. It's not. I just want for your channel. Yeah, they will strike you for stuff like that. Not strike, but they will. If when if you get monetized, they'll demonetize you for that. So you just don't want that. So she said this is for the curse jar. You got the 9.99 was for the curse jar. Got you, Jerome. Don't worry about it. I know you ain't mean nothing about that. It's just that, it's a learning experience for you too, right? Because you got things popping over there. Y'all go follow Jerome Street over there. Oh my God, Jerome, what for the curse jar? I cannot take you, Jerome. Y'all go follow Jerome Street over there. Thank you so much for the 1999 super sticker. For the curse jar. Jerome, you are shot out. Thank you so much for the 1999 for the super segment. Thanks for meeting you. I love that. Thank you so much. I know you didn't mean anything by it. I'm just saying that it is you got your own channel coming up. When you get because they got when you get monetized, they go back looking through all your videos, right? And then they be like, you go on there, you like, what? This can't be monetized. This can't be monetized. So you like, I was doing all sorts of stuff when I wasn't monetized. Now I can't. I'm not going to be monetized. So yeah, just like just so you'll know early. So when you get where you need to be, start popping, which I know you are. You already know. Tell these people if you're gonna just misspell it or something, or just ISH. We all know what that is. All right. Shout out to Jerome for the 1999 super sticker. If you're over here and you remember, please drop some survivor bucks in the chat for Jerome Street. Thank you so much. All right. So let's get back into this. I just gotta watch up there. My daughter is just okay. So at the sidebar, they said, all right, do you have the Okay, so basically he's showing the document to the jury by mistake on purpose. So stop. So Miss Comey says, Your Honor, I just realized that Mr. Donaldson had his papers on the bar right in front of the jury throughout the cross-examination. And the court says, I'm sorry, there are space limitations. We can adjust that during the break. Mr. Agnafilo, Your Honor, I'll put it on the ledge. Mr. Agnafilo, Your Honor. He said, put it on the lectern. There's a side thing. No, it has a side so they can't see it from the side. I'll also note Mr. Agnafilo could share space at counsel table directly to the left. Mr. Donaldson says, I'll do whatever I can to make sure that the juror can't see. It wasn't my intention to do that, just so it's clear about that. I don't believe that. So the court says, anything further, Ms. Comey? Ms. Comey says, no, thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Donaldson says, sorry about that. I don't believe y'all. I don't trust y'all. So now they back in open court. The court says, all right, Mr. Donaldson, you may continue when ready. Thank you, Judge. Mr. Phillip, isn't it correct that on October 7th of 2024, the meeting with the federal government, you told them that you would feel that when Sean Combs and Miss Ventura were having X, you would feel jealous because you liked Miss Ventura romantically. Is that not what you told the federal government and the prosecutors on October 2024 when you were telling them information about your relationship with Miss Ventura? I do not recall that. All right. Ray, could you please put up 3570, page 5? Go down to where it says other recollections. Ms. Comey, I want to confirm it's just for the parties and the witness. Just for the parties, of course. Third bullet point down. Highlight that section, please. Mr. Phillip, I'm showing you a document on the screen. Would you please read that document to yourself and see if that refreshes your recollection that on October of 2000, it should be in October of 2024, you told the federal prosecutors that when Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura were having X, you would feel jealous because you like Miss Ventura romantically. That does not refresh my memory. What does not refresh your memory? I do not recall saying that to them. But you're not saying you didn't say that, correct? I do not recall saying that to them. I have no further questions for this witness. Thank goodness. Redirect. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Phillip. Do you recall yesterday and today on cross-examination being shown reports and notes? Yes. Before defense counsel showed you those reports and those notes, had you seen them at all? No. Had anyone ever asked you to review those reports or those notes? No. Had anyone ever asked you to check whether they were accurate? No. Do you recall being asked about whether you told the prosecutors in March of this year that you could not recall? Oh, thank you, Jerome. Thank you so much. Mr. Combs, directing you and Miss Ventura, excuse me, do you recall being asked about whether you told prosecutors in March of this year that you could not recall Mr. Combs directing you and Miss Ventura about what positions to use during actual relations? Yes. Can you explain why you didn't remember that in March of this year, but you do remember that today? Because he, Sean Combs, definitely did direct Cassie to give me a look me like a lollipop. I'm gonna look it like a lollipop. That's what he directed her to do. And also to rub each other down in certain ways with baby oil and stuff. And so my hesitation is in what would be considered directing you actually, the positions. I don't know if he's referring to actual what did I use for this word? Actual relations or the actual experience altogether. But either way, he was directing us for what to do in terms of touching each other in actual ways. So let's break that down. Who would direct you and Cassie to rub baby oil on each other? Sean Combs. And who would direct Cassie to perform orally on you? Sean Combs. Who would direct you and Cassie to have relations with each other? Sean Combs. Do you recall being asked yesterday on cross-examination about the timing of when Cassie handed you cash during your first meeting at the Grand Marcy Park Hotel? Yes. How did the amount of money that Cassie handed you that first night compare to the fee you were owed for your stripping services? Can you repeat that? How did the amount of money that Cassie handed you that first night at the Grand Marcy Park Hotel compare to the amount of money you were owed as a fee for your stripping services? It was roughly $3,800 more. And over all of your meetings with Cassie and with Mr. Combs, when you could perform actually, what were you paid? Anywhere between $705 or $6,000, I'm estimating. I couldn't say definitively. When you could not perform actually, how much were you paid? Most of the time, nothing. I don't recall if there was a time that they gave me money for times that I couldn't have eggs with her. But as you sit here today, to the best of your recollection, did they pay you when you could not maintain in a direction, a hard boiled egg, a hard boil, and have actual relations with Miss Ventura? No. Do you recall being asked your perception of Miss Ventura's level of intoxication on cross examination? Jerome said he came back to say, "Dang." Oh my goodness. Yes, he remembered that question. Other than seeing her briefly on the street outside the Dream Hotel, did you ever see Miss Ventura outside of the context of meeting with her to have X in front of Mr. Combs? No. And did you ever speak with her in person outside of the context of having eggs with her in front of Mr. Combs? No. Do you recall being asked about on cross examination, Miss Ventura calling you after seeing you in person outside the Dream Hotel? Yes. Do you know who she was with when she made that phone call? No. Do you know who she was with every time she sent you a text message? No. Do you know who she was with every time she called you? No. Were there times when you text her and she did not respond? She never responded to my text messages usually. So when you initiated the conversation, did she respond? No. Do you recall being asked about what Mr. Combs said when he came out of the room after you heard him beating Cassie? Yes. As you sit here today, what do you remember Mr. Combs saying when he came out of the room after beating Cassie? I recall him coming out of the room and trying to get us to have relations again, X again. But I could not after that. After that, that was the first time that I started experiencing erectile dysfunction. Fix it. Fix it, Lord. When you say he was trying to get us to have X again, who were you referring to when you say us? Sean Combs. And what, as you sit here today, do you remember Mr. Combs saying to try to get you and Cassie to have eggs after he had beaten Cassie? I just recall him asking us if we are ready to go. Now, he done beat her senseless. Now, he done went in there and slapped her around. Y'all, this is from the book of Pimpology 101. Okay? He was Cassie's, I don't know what you heard about me, but you can't get $1 out of me. I'm a MNF and BIMP. This is pimp mentality. This is pimp behavior here. This is big pimping. Spitting cheese. Uh-huh. You know what is so crazy though? If you see Cassie in all of the pictures, if you see Cassie walking around like when she's not in front of the when she wasn't in front of the cameras with him and stuff like that, she kind of like she said to herself, you're going to hear from her own words that she was like kind of on her tomboy-ish. But she always walked around with this black hood on her because she was beaten and bruised all of the time. All of the time. He was Cassie's pimp. Jerome said, I thought they had a case. Did that, take that. Coming home, no Diddy. I'm not messing with you. All right. So, anyway, yeah, it's crazy. So, and after that, did you try to get in? Did try to get it up again? I was completely in my head. I tried to engage. I wanted to really hug her, but there was nothing I could do. I was completely shocked and just completely messed up in the head. So no, there was nothing I could do. So this was the first time that he was there, and Cassie was allegedly assaulted. He couldn't. After that, he just could not get it up no more. Okay, so you said you said you wanted to really hug her. Why was that? Because she was afraid. I could see that she was afraid. She was really upset. I could see in her face that she was crying a lot. So you said you tried to engage. What did you try? What did you do to try to engage? And thank you so much, Jerome. We got as close to like sitting on the couch next to each other, and I think that she put her hand on me. I'm sorry to ask this specifically. What part of your body did she put your it's supposed to be her hands on? Like she went into like grab my shoulder. She went in to grab my shoulders. That's how we always started, with an actual hug, and started to hug each other and rub baby oil on each other and stuff. But I was completely messed up. I could not engage in this act. So I want to make sure we have this clear. After Mr. Combs told you and Cassie essentially to have eggs again, Mr. Johnson, objection. The court, let's rephrase the question. What did Mr. Combs say to you and Cassie when he came out of the room after beating her? He asked us if we were ready to go. And what did you understand that to mean based on your experiences with him in the past? If we are ready to have eggs again. I threw out all the eggs, didn't I? Throw away all the daggone eggs, because I just can't. I don't know why I changed this word to eggs, and I don't want no more. No more eggs for me. If we are ready to have eggs again. After that, did you and Cassie have clothes on? I don't recall if I had put my clothes on already or not. When you were sitting on the couch, I should say my underwear. My apologies. I didn't mean to interrupt. Oh no, that's fine. So when you heard this beating, were you in your underwear? I most likely put my underwear on when they were in the bedroom because I was afraid, and I was imagining that it was time for me I was about to get kicked out or something. And so after Mr. Combs said something that you understood to be telling you and Cassie to have eggs again, when you were sitting on the couch, what were you and Cassie wearing? I'm pretty sure I was wearing underwear, and she was. I honestly don't recall what she had on. Was she wearing clothes? It wouldn't have been much, probably a robe or something like that. And what did you do? What did you two do to try to engage in actual activity? She put her hands on me for a couple of seconds, and I recall I feel like he told me it's time to go now because he could see that I was not that messed me up. So were you able to get a hard-boiled egg on when Cassie tried to rub baby oil on you? She didn't try to rub baby oil on me after that. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. When she tried to touch you, no. Do you recall being asked about your first interaction with Cassie at the Gramercy Park Hotel during cross examination? Yes. And do you recall being asked whether Mr. Combs gave instructions on during that first interaction? Yes. Throughout all of the actual activity during that first interaction at the Gramercy Park Hotel, who was in the room? Myself, Sean Combs, and Cassie. And do you recall on cross examination being asked about whether there were times when Cassie appeared to enjoy the actual activity with you? Yes. Throughout all of your actual activity with Cassie, who was in the room? Sean Combs, myself, and Cassie. And is Sean Combs the same man that threw a liquor bottle across the room when she asked him to wait a minute? Objection. It's directly responsive to the line of cross, Your Honor. It is overruled. Jerome said, Diddy coming home? I know a lot of people like, yikes. um, yeah, but all of Hollywood already knew this. But no, let me tell you something. This is day 2, right? We're only on day 2. They have definitely proved their case. Trust me on that. They have definitely proved their case. Remember I said, this is the second witness only. The first witness was an officer. This is only the second witness. Cassie was the third witness. And they brought her in early on because she's 8.5 months pregnant. And hold on, y'all. Let me see something. I'm sorry, I gotta send my daughter a message. Um, I'm sorry, give me 1 second. I just need to scroll. All right. Okay, so yeah, they definitely, you're wrong. I'm telling you, they definitely already proved their case. I'm like, well, like, uh, today was not a good day for him at all. So Kid Cudi testified on Friday, also testified this morning, and then this afternoon, one of his assistants testified, who was kidnapped in the car with him when he forced her to, at Pow Pow Point, forced her to take him to Kid Cudi's house to cut the top off. They cut the top off. First, they broke into his house. They cut the top off of his car, and remember they blew the car up. You're gonna hear even before we get to Kid Cudi. Well, in Cassie Ventura's testimony, you're gonna hear them saying to Cassie, didn't they blow up the car because you was cheating with Kid Cudi? So they're admitting to a lot of these things. They're admitting because I don't know if they're so busy trying to prove that he's a good guy that you're saying all sorts of things that can be, when the feds come get you, they got this whole RICO statute going on. Diddy is ahead of the RICO statute because of the way he operated. That is part of a RICO, down to the people that ordered the baby oil, down to the people that went and prepared the room for for the freak offs. Sometimes he would have them clean the place. Something like all of that is like it's at the direction of him. It was like an orchestration. So it was he's very detail oriented. He had these people bringing him rugs when they ran out. He had like all of this stuff. He had them actually going out there. He had these people because he was having free cough. So sometimes lasted 3 to 4 days. He had them buying baby oil. This is according to the court documents. So it's alleged because he is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, which right now he is being afforded a trial in front of a jury of his peers. He had them buying rugs. The one assistant said he had them purchase rugs when he didn't have the money for it. He would get reimbursed out of the business account. That goes to the racketeering charge. Like all of this stuff was done in furtherance of. Remember, we heard that a lot in the YSL trial. It was done in furtherance of. They used in the opening statement. And the prosecution's opening statement, they used a lot of terms that they use when they're dealing with gangs. I said it. I can't remember exactly what the wording is now, but when I was reading it, I said it. They were using terms that you normally normally use with gangs. So, I caught that, but you got to look at, if you look at each thing that he did individually, it does not get to that level, right? But when you look at everything in its totality, right now, and everybody is saying this is a DV case because it's only about Cassie. It's not only about Cassie. This part of the case is about Cassie. They have not gotten to the other victims yet. And so now you have people that were in his inner circle because they're scared. If you're not going to be a witness, you're going to be a co-conspirator. So they each will be looking at 15 years. They will be looking at 15 years, and these people are flipping on him now. And so now they're starting to testify and tell exactly what happened. And the lady that the young lady that was his assistant, that testified today, she kind of nailed the coffin shut. She corroborated Kid Cudi's story about all this stuff. They broke into his house. They didn't steal nothing, but he had presents under the tree for his mother and his his family. They opened all of the presents and basically just threw them all around and stuff. Like, what kind of childish BS is that? And then this fool had the nerve, because you don't realize that, you know what, I might be doing something wrong. Let me stop. You don't realize you send an email to this girl threatening to release X tapes on Christmas Day, and you're going to release more, days following, because she had left him. She wasn't with him. She was talking to Kid Cudi. She was not in a relationship with Sean. They broke up. Then she calls her mother and tells her mother. That was the first time her mother knew that she was being abused. Her mother always asked her because she was hearing it, and she always lied to her mother. So then now this fool sends an email to her mother. You're going to have to send me $20,000 for all the money I spent on her. I want my money back. I think what he thought in his mind, I said I wasn't going to say it here, but I'm going to say it here. I think what he thought in his mind was that they weren't going to be able to get the money together. They took out a second mortgage on their home because they were scared. And instead of him saying, so after that, they asked him where to send it. He done sent over the wire information for the money to be wired directly into his Bad Boy Records business account. Now you're commingling funds. Let's not forget, he signed Cassie to a 10 record album, a 10 album deal. She made one album. He had the control, all the control to release her music. So the mother asked him where to send it. They send them the wire information, to wire the money into the Bad Boy Records business account. She wired the money. 4 days later, he sends it back. So they was arguing. It's not racketeering. It's not, I mean, it's not, that's extortion, excuse me. That's extortion. It can't be because he sent it back. You don't get to rob me and then tell me you was playing. You don't get to rob me and then be like, you know what? I ain't mean that. Here go your stuff. You already robbed me. Because when they asked where to send the money, he could have said right then and there, don't send that. I was just, I was just messing around. It is his control issues that cause him to go to limits that other people would not go. And this is why he is in the predicament that he is in. So, it's bigger than him and Cassie just having freak off. They have not mentioned any celebrities. They said the freak off, what everybody is thinking, that is not what it is. That is not what it is. It is a freak off between him, Cassie, escort, him, victim number 2, and escort. Let me tell you something. He's so egotistical. He's such a narcissist that he called victim number 2 on a recorded line to try to persuade her to tell them that she wanted the freak offs. And she kept pushing back. No, I did not. Well, you still need to have your bills paid. Didn't this dummy, because he's dumb at this point. I can't be persuaded differently. He's dumb. Then this dummy calls Pierre Harvey and tell him, make sure you paying her bills on time. He called a few minutes after he called her. This is all coming into court. This is all going to be for the record. Mm-hmm. So that's where he messed up at. And people are saying, oh, this is just a DV case. No, it's not. And then Cassie is about to let me tell you something. I guarantee you Cassie got immunity. I'm telling you, Cassie did not bring this case against him. The United States, the feds brought this case. She sued him civilly. They looked at the civil lawsuit and said, wait a minute, some of this stuff is criminal. But they have been looking at him since 2011. And another reason why they brought this case, which I don't even see why, because I don't think that his case is going to go anywhere. Lil Rod. Mm-hmm. Lil Rod was outside the courthouse. Did anybody see Lil Rod after he was outside the courthouse? Because he said, they're like, oh, Lil Rod, what you here for? I'm here to see justice be served. So yeah, when you look at everything in its totality, they're not telling you to look at everything one by one. This has been going on for years. And the other victim, she's so crazy. She's not coming to court to testify, but the feds was one step ahead of her. And then why is the defense standing up saying Gina's not coming to court? See, Brian Still and Miss Nicole Westmoreland is not saying none of this bull crap out loud. Nope, they're not. They're on the case, but they're not saying anything. Not in this way. Brian Still is a beast. We know that. He cross-examined the first officer. And let me tell you, he went in. But in Miss Nicole Westmoreland, so Diddy got mad and does what he do. You know how you see him blowing up in when he was home? doing all we heard rumors of him being crazy. He didn't do the part, but they said that he was so mad that you could see, and the judge was like, let's take a break. Because he was mad. They said when he came out, his defense team was sitting over like a ways from him. Brian still wasn't there when this happened. They said Brian still entered the courtroom and went up to Puffy like he normally do, said something to him. Next thing they knew, Brian still was walking over there with the rest of them. They were cross-examining a witness, Diddy writing down questions and pushing it to them to ask Cassie. And the questions was so repetitive. It's crazy. Wasn't you cheating? That's why Kid Cudi's car was blown up. You was cheating with Kid Cudi, wasn't you? That's why the car was blown up. Come on, y'all. So when Miss Westmoreland got up there to cross-examine Dawn, Diddy was pushing her notes. This they said Miss Westmoreland was like, oh yeah. And so I want to add, yeah, the other attorney was like, wasn't you cheating? Wasn't you cheating? Wasn't you cheating? They like, Nicole Westmoreland was like, so cause they know, come on now, you got a $10 million team, let them do their job, let them do what they do. And for the people that's saying that Brian still volunteered his time for this, no, he asked because he wanted Joe Tacopina. Joe Tacopina told him no 3 times. 1, 2, 3 times. I'm gonna see if I can pull that video up too to bring it in, but I ain't gonna do it today, but I'm gonna bring it in to show Tacopino saying his own words. He asked me 3 times to be his attorney, and I said no. It was a conflict of interest. The civil lawsuits, I would be careful for those people because we do have a lot of fake victims out here that's still out here running their mouth and not really understanding how the court really works. So I would call, this is what I feel about the people that are out here, the false victims. This is what I think. I think that they should all be lined up. They should all be brought into court and they all should go do some time. I'm not saying 15, 14, 13, 10 years. Something to sit them down to think about. Wanting to be a part of a case and making up stuff. See, that is an issue that I don't like that. There are real victims out here. And if they thought that you were a real victim, you would be testifying in this case. So it's people right here on YouTube that have been pushing the narrative that they are victims, and the stuff that they are saying, Diddy has done some pretty wild stuff. You'll hear it. You're gonna hear it. I'm gonna read it. But the stuff that they are saying, yeah, stop. Shout out to Chopper for in the interview, the best part of the interview. Now, I think the channel that he was on, I think they was playing in this other person's face. I don't say her name on my channel. I don't put a name out here. But she said that I was in the industry. I was getting the girls. What she used to say. What she say she used to be? I was a dominatrix. I was this, I was that. Very exaggerated stories, right? They asked Chopper about her. He said, man, that's a bunch of exaggerations. She was in the industry like this. And it's true. I don't follow nobody. I will not ever click one of this lady's links. I am not. She would not. People need to keep her off their platforms. She got platforms taken down. But the people that follow her blindly, they don't even know about that. This man had to take down almost all his videos of the lives that she was in over there telling lies or else. But you know, you got sheeple. You got people out here that are sheeple. And that's why we have a problem, we have an issue. And that, you know, these victims are having a hard time because you got these fake victims out here. I can't wait till this one girl you know, talking about if they give me a DNA test and they chase a DNA test, I'll bet you that's my child. Where is the paddy wagon for the loony bins? Y'all need to stop. And I think that they need to do time because you're kind of hindering and messing, you know, not hindering, you're interfering in a federal investigation and also a federal case. And I think that the fake victims should be charged. I think that you have to start sending a message. You have to start sending a message because the girl that they filed that lawsuit against Jay-Z, that girl, that everything could be debunked because everything, you can go and look at everything in real time. Okay, they said she autistic. Okay. It didn't make sense. That's why it didn't go nowhere. And so for people like her, I think the attorney should be held accountable because you brought these false charges. And then you go and say that you didn't check. You didn't fact check anything. She was referred to you by somebody else. That's crazy. Now that is crazy. Sean Carter is not mentioned anywhere in this lawsuit. Nowhere. So the AI videos that they got running around YouTube to get a click and a view, it's crazy to me. It's crazy work. Until they charge Sean Carter with something, why we bringing him up during this case where Diddy is the one that's on trial? If they charge him with something and he is sitting in this position, then yeah, talk about it. But every time they say Diddy, you can't just pop out here and say, oh yeah, Jay-Z. What? People don't, you know, the way the law works, that's not how it works. Just because y'all out here magically saying Jay-Z, it's not going to make him magically appear in this court case. Sorry. Dumb. But that's what we're dealing with. Anyway, I'm just telling you, they proved their case. You just wait on it and come on back. They proved their case, Jerome. So, and yeah, I'm a, you know, it's a whole different category. Yeah, we on. I didn't get to, you know, I'll send you a message because I don't even know, like, you know, I wanted to ask you, but if I don't answer, I do have an ongoing family emergency. So sometimes I am unavailable and I don't see things depending. But I wanted to talk to you because I wanted to know, like, in what direction that you were going with your channel. I'm interested in knowing all of that. Like, I want to know, like, because, like, I was excited to see it. So, you know, I wanted to ask you that question. And then, like, once we talk about that, then, yeah, we could definitely, you know, and I hope, like, you know, everybody that you've supported up until now will help you know, you get your channel off the ground. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't, you know, it doesn't take, you know, much. But anyway, you know, I'm gonna support you because that, listen, I said, wait a minute, Jerome, I started like, okay, I'm there. Hold on, I can hear you, Jerome, I hear you. You're like, testing. I can hear you loud and clear, Jerome. Yeah, so yeah, you go. I think you're gonna do great things. So yeah, we'll talk about it. Like, yeah, get into all that extra stuff and all that. So yeah, because I want to know, are you going live? Okay, I'll send you a message on the IG. All right. So let's see where we are. Here it says, is that the same man that grabbed? Okay, so Mr. Donaldson said objection. It's directly, and then Miss Comey said it's directly just street talk. Oh, okay. Oh, all right, I got it. I got it. That's it. Okay. It's a play on. I got you. It's directly responsive to the line across. Okay, so it's overruled. So is Sean Combs the same man who threw a liquor bottle across the room when Cassie asked him to wait a minute? Yes. Is that the same man that grabbed her by her hair and dragged her to the bedroom? Yes. And is that the same man who beat her and called her a bitch? I didn't see him beating her beyond him dragging her into. Hold on a minute. I'm sorry, y'all. Hold on a minute. Ah, what is she doing? I'm sorry, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Hello. Hold on. Hello. Yeah. No, you didn't send it. You didn't tell me to. Oh, I didn't see it. All right, y'all. Hold on a minute. That I had to take that call. It's my daughter. She is. Um. All right, y'all. Um. All right, y'all. I do apologize for that. But, my daughter. I'm trying to get her. All right. All right, y'all. I'm back. I'm sorry about that. I had to get my daughter squared away. So yeah. Um, I'm back. Do I have? Oh yeah. Okay. So it says. And is that the same man who beat her and called her? Oh, we did that already. So however, I could hear it, and it is my presumption. Oh, he said his presumption. Um, Objection. That's sustained. The jury should disregard the last sentence of the witness's answer. Miss Comey, is that the same man who called her a biatch while you heard her say "I'm sorry" and heard smacking sounds? Yes. Is that the same man who then came out of that same room and asked you and told you and Cassie, in essence, to have eggs again? In essence, yes. Objection. It's overruled. No further questions. Mr. Donaldson, anything further? Yes, briefly. Here he come. All right. Mr. Phillip, you just indicated that when you text her, you did not receive a response. Do you recall saying that just now? Yes. Can we put up government exhibit B-324, please? That's in evidence. Now, these are your text messages between you and Miss and Cassie, correct? Correct. And you text her, correct? Correct. And she responded, correct? Correct. And in fact, I need my glasses. If we could go to page 1 second, go to the page 3 of that document where it says, I'm in New York. Do you see that? Yes, yes. And do you see the date? It says July 30th of 2012. Yes. If we could flip 2 pages and go to the next, you see where it says how long until you're here. Do you see that? Yes. That's Cassie talking to you. Yes. And then you see where it says, was that meant for me? That's you, correct? Yes. All right. The next line says, what's the address? Do you see that? Yes. And then go to the next page, please. The next line says, I'm on the Upper West Side, so I can meet you within 10 or 15 minutes. Yes. And then further down in the blue, it says 10 West End Avenue. Hit me when you're there. That's Cassie, correct? Yes. And that's her giving you the address to her apartment, correct? Yes. So that you can get there, correct? Yes. And so 1 second, and that's the date that this assault happened, correct? That is the first day you went there, and when you got the address, do you remember saying that on cross? Yes. Okay, so what is what is he talking about? That is the same day, yes. So that means that, yeah, this was for a freak off. Like, come on now. It's obvious. It's the day that her, like, come on. They're doing too much. Like, so far, like, at first he had me. But then when he got to this part, bruh, what are you doing? Okay, so go ahead. So that's yes. And flip one more page. Do you see where it says, don't give a F that I am a little tipsy. I love y'all ninjas. Do you see that? Yes. So on October 12th of 2012, 3 months after this assault, you sent her a text saying, I love y'all ninjas, correct? Yes. And you were telling both of them that you love them, correct? Yes. This is after the assault, correct? Yes. Mr. Donaldson, I have no further questions. Thank you. Ms. Comey, brief redirect, if I may, Your Honor. Very brief. Yes. Why did you send a text message? Because I was trying to get her to respond to my messages. She would not respond to my messages. And the only way that I could see if she was okay was to try to bait her into making her and Mr. Combs believe that I had no problem with what he had done, so that they would invite me back so that I could see for myself that she was okay. No further questions. Um, Mr. Donaldson says, move to strike. The court says, on what basis? He says, non responsive. Ms. Comey says, it's totally responsive to why did he send the text, Your Honor? The court. That's overruled. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Phillip. Your Honor, may we have a brief sidebar before the next witness? The court says you may. So they are at the sidebar. I'm going to read what they are saying do you think it was the actual freak off or the drug? It was. So this is what Cassie explains, that these are freak offs. So it wasn't always with one person. Sometimes it was more than one person. It may be 2 men. Like at one time he was at a freak off and it was another man there. I don't even want to say that. I'm gonna just go there and get to it and let y'all read it, because it is such a I wanted to actually just I don't know. I like Cassie's is going to come on the stand. It is very it is very, nobody deserves. I don't care how much people think, nobody deserves what happened to her. Nobody deserves that. She didn't. Y'all getting ready to see that Diddy is a sick, sadistic demon. Um, and it may come at the end. We may not get to it today, but I will go live tomorrow if we don't get that far. Cause yeah. So anyway, let me go ahead. So they're at the sidebar. Your Honor, this is a Rule 615 issue. If we understand that Miss Ventura's husband, Alex Fine, oh yeah, this is what I really wanted to read, y'all. Listen up, listen up. So, Your Honor, this is a Rule 615 issue. We understand that Miss Ventura's husband, Alex Fine, may be present in the courtroom, and we expect him to be a potential defense witness. So we would ask that he being excluded, we can elaborate a little bit more on the reasons. I don't think you need to unless there is an issue with that. Ms. Johnson says, there is, Your Honor. We were advised of this approximately 10 minutes ago. You see the games they playing? They know that that's her support. That's her strength. So they wanted him to be thrown out, talking about they may call him as a potential witness in their case. How, Sway? Why would you call her husband for Diddy to testify on Diddy's behalf? How, Sway? Anyway, 10 minutes ago, this is a stunt. He's not included on the defense witness list. Miss Ventura's husband is here with his family to support his wife and testify publicly. We had under the CVRA, she has the right to be treated with dignity and privacy, and she would like support in this courtroom as she testifies. Your Honor, her husband, Miss Ventura, began her relationship with her husband while she was still in a relationship with Mr. Combs. And there is an overlap between the two of those relationships. It also relates to our cross examination related to her accusations about grape during the course of both of those relationships. It doesn't matter why you're seeking to call him as a witness. Okay. You're telling me that at this time you are calling him as a witness. Is that right? If I could just elaborate, what we have given the government is a witness list for our case in chief. We do not know who the witnesses we would need to call on our direct case would be for possible impeachment areas for witnesses that the government will call on that they called on their case in chief. The reasons are important because at this time, we can't really tell Your Honor who we know we would call. But there are several allegations that the government could bring up during their direct examination that we would explore during cross that may lead to witnesses we would call on our case in chief. That would just be for impeachment reasons. At this time, we can't say who definitely will call, and we certainly the court. Why wasn't it raised before this morning when he's here with the entire family? Your Honor, I apologize. I brought this up to Miss Comey, but not Miss Johnson yesterday. This is my fault. And then I didn't follow up on it last night. I apologize. We're not looking to not have her have support people. Her brother is here who was around all the while in their relationship, and we have her brother's here. We have no problem with her brother. How old is her brother? Her brother's a couple years, mid-30s. Okay, and her children are here. Her children are not here. They are not here. No. So who's here? Her brother's here, her cousin, and her husband. Now, with respect to the husband and his very small factual overlap with this case, the government is open to discussing what stipulations could be reached to obviate any means. The court. Let's do this. Because we have the jury and everyone sitting here, there's been a request for the break. I'll let the jury go back to the jury room just for a second. That way, whoever needs to take a break, and then discuss this in open court. Child, they was trying to get Alex Fine up out of there. All right, thank you. So let's continue on the next page. Now they're in open court because they send the jury out. The court. All right. Members of the jury, we're going to, oh, well, they didn't send them out yet. Members of the jury, we're going to take a brief break so that people can stretch their legs. And there are some things we need to take care of here. Let's take a 10-minute break and we'll be back at it's 10:52. Let's try to get back by 10:55. All rise for the jury. This judge don't be playing no games. Y'all hear me? He does not. All right, so now the jury's not present. All right, please be seated. If anyone needs a break or needs to use the restroom or anything like that, you should do it now. So please go now. In terms of the issue that was raised at sidebar, maybe Miss Estavio, you can, or Miss Garagos, you can explain what is going on here. Under the hush tones at the sidebar, I may have missed things. You can tell me exactly what is happening. Our application, Your Honor, is that Ms. Ventura's husband not be in the courtroom under Rule 615. The reason for this, and of course, we do not know what her direct testimony will be at this time, but if the government elicits any allegation about any alleged grape by Mr. Combs in the summer or fall of 2018, I can see that there could be a possibility based on how cross-examination goes that we may need to call him on our case for impeachment purposes. Additionally, there are several other, Ms. Johnson said at the sidebar, this is just a very small period of overlap, but there has been 3 instances I want to point Your Honor to that could be relevant with respect to his potential testimony. So the first would be the alleged grape in the summer or fall of 2018. If they go into that one, direct examination, the second thing would be whether or not Ms. Ventura is going to testify on direct that Mr. Combs ever threatened Mr. Fine when their breakup was, when they had broken up, when they weren't together anymore, and she was with him. And then the third is that after Ms. Ventura made a demand of the $30 million, began to make a demand of $30 million to Mr. Combs, and prior to Ms. Ventura's lawsuit against Mr. Combs, Mr. Fine sent several very threatening text messages to our client saying that he would like to beat the F word out of his old. Go ahead, Alex. Child, just several words that I will not repeat on the record. There are several threatening messages that my client received that we got in discovery from the government. And again, we don't know what the direct will be. So I think this argument would be a little bit better if we did. These 3 areas of possible testimony that we made that we could have to call him on our direct case. And the reason we didn't put him on our witness list, of course, was because that witness list is for the defense's case in chief. But there are several potential witnesses that, depending on how the government's case comes in, we would have to put on in our case in chief. That's our application. We are certainly not looking to not have her have support people in the courtroom. That is not what we are looking to do. I expect, my understanding is that her brother will be in the courtroom. Her brother is someone that was around their entire relationship, but I don't expect that his testimony would be relevant at all in this case based on our review of the 3,500 and the messages. That didn't make any sense. And the messages of the 3,500 and the messages. And so we are not making an application that he be excluded in any way, or that any of her other family members, except for her mother, who I expect to testify, not be in this courtroom. It's really with respect to her husband because of these 3 discrete issues. Okay, Ms. Johnson, Your Honor, a few responses. First, with respect to both this witness and future witnesses, the government will respectfully request that the defense provide more notice of any potential impeachment witnesses it intends to call. To the extent they are not, may call, to the extent they are not on the 34 witness list, because this is nothing that was foreseeable to the government until a few minutes ago when it was raised. I do not expect that any of these topics will be covered in today's direct examination. We may cover one of those topics likely tomorrow. That will be the first one. The grape. As I said at sidebar, the government is open to speaking to the defense about what, if any, stipulations could be entered. A fact could be entered that could obviate the need to call Mr. Fine as a witness. I really am not sure how, if at all, he would be able to testify about an alleged grape that occurred between Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura. But we're open to having that dialogue, and we would ask that Miss Ventura be allowed to have her support, her people, including her husband, here in this courtroom. She has various rights under the Crimes Victim Rights Act, and we would ask that he be allowed to be present. All right. And look, Rule 615 is mandatory on the court once it's invoked. The rule has been invoked. The exception is, I suppose, in Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 60, and that would pertain to victims. So that does not apply here. So I don't understand how there would be an exception to the rule unless the defense said, and maybe they are willing to do this, that given what you said about the nature of the examination is probably not going to come up this morning, and that might be for you one of the critical times for her husband to be in the courtroom. So if that is not going to come up this morning, it may be something we can deal with in the afternoon session. That depends on the defense. Unless I'm missing something, that depends on the defense indicating that they are comfortable with that and waiving any right they may have under Rule 615. If they invoke the right, maybe you can help me. I'm not seeing what the exception is you're trying to invoke, given Rule 60 addresses this issue and it only pertains to victims. Ms. Johnson, understood, Your Honor. Then I would again reiterate to my request for much more significant notice. The court, it is no longer a request. It is now an order from the court. So, and you don't need to explain what is happening, Ms. Garagos. All you need to say is that for this witness, we are seeking exclusion of X person because of our understanding of what the testimony may be. That way, the government will have advance notice. So there is not a surprise in the immediate, right before or right during anyone's testimony. Understood. All right. So, Ms. Garagos, what is your position? Can you give me 15 seconds to confer, Your Honor? Yes. Y'all, they playing games. The defense is playing a big game here, y'all. Let me. I'm reading a lot. Y'all, hold on. The defense is playing a dirty, dirty game here, and we know that it was. I can almost bet some money that this was at the request of the dealer. Shout out to everybody watching over on Twitter. I'm just going to say it, one more time. If possible, there is a link that is in the description. If you can click on that, just come over to the YouTube, give the video a like over here on YouTube. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. But anyway, let's get into this paperwork. They're playing a very dirty game here. Very dirty. Very, very, very dirty. Your Honor, we've conferred. We understand she would like her support people. If he wants to come into the courtroom today before 2018, the 2018 time period starts, we are fine with him remaining in the courtroom until then. We would ask that he be excluded once we get into that time period. All right. So, Ms. Johnson, I think all you need to do is to request a sidebar at the appropriate juncture, and we'll take that sidebar and then we'll make the adjustments as necessary. Understood, Your Honor. I want to flag one idea. I will be asking one series of questions early in the examination about a post-2018 time period, but I don't believe it would implicate any concerns. It's related to the authentication of evidence and electronic devices provided by the witness. That's up to Ms. Garagos. That's fine. Okay. All right. So we'll take it there. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. The court, anything to raise before the government calls their next witness? No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor. The court, all right, let's have our jury. I don't know if I should stop here or keep reading. Listen. Oh, you have the conspiracy? Oh, it's a lot of conspiracy when it comes to Cassie. Oh man, she not only had him, he would direct his security to come and take devices from her car from her, everything from her when she was a bad girl. If you listen to Cassie's testimony, she does sound like the way she talks, she's stuck in that era. He definitely groomed this girl. He definitely took advantage of her. And y'all know how big pimping goes. Even for some grown women can't even handle these type of situations. What I was going to say to y'all earlier, and I lost my train of thought. What I was going to say was, it is crazy how a lot of times, like when she wasn't on a red carpet, when they weren't at an event, when they were not, when they were not at an event, when they were, you know, she dressed as a tomboy. But when she got on that, when she got dressed to go out with him as the trophy on his arm, you couldn't really. She always looked beautiful. You know what I'm saying? She's such a beautiful woman, but you can definitely see, you know, the scars on her. And so I'm not going to get too much into, and I know a lot of people have heard because of the content creators that are in the courtroom, they've reported on it. But, you know, a couple of times the testimony made them cry. And it was not for anything simple. People just cannot believe. So the witness that was on the stand today, that his ex-assistant, all I gotta say is the defense is worried. Yeah, don't worry about some of these big stations that's out here. It is alleged that they are being paid to spin the narrative like, oh, you know, Diddy's winning, right? But when you read the paperwork and, you know, people that are sitting in the court, like that are really reporting on this truthfully, it's a whole different thing. And so the testimony today from the witness, the old assistant, was very, she kind of tied everything together in a nice bow for them. But you're gonna hear, you know, them admitting it is crazy. Why he was an evil man. Okay, y'all could say that. He was y'all can say sometimes he lost his temper. Y'all can say that, but they are admitting to him blowing up the car, all this kind of different stuff. Y'all went over there. When you went to blow up the car, you kidnapped somebody to do it. So y'all admitting to him it wasn't the car blown up because you was cheating on him. Listen, to me, they are admitting too many things. And they want to say, oh, you know, it's just domestic violence. Oh, she was just assaulted. It's not a RICO case. When you look at all the players that's involved as a whole, the security guards, the doctor that sewed up her eye when he busted her eye, the people supplying the rugs, all of it. Let me tell you something. It has already been testified to. This is just day 2. We're on day 10 today of this trial. It's already proven. Trust me on that one. Trust me, it's already been proven. Everybody that he employed could be a part of this racketeering case. That's what makes it, because at Diddy's direction, they committed a lot of these crimes at Diddy's direction. So he was the head of the organization. Once you start, you know, Young Miami, she likes to get urinated on. You're going to hear about this in Cassie's testimony. Not about Young Miami, but I'm just saying, she said it out her own mouth on her own show. She thought Trina was, you know, Trina from the 305 was a big freak. Trina was like, what? Oh, no, we ain't doing that. Now we know why. Now we know why. If you look good, act bad. If you look good, act bad. Now we know why. But Miami, young Miami is a whole different breed, cut from a whole different cloth. She with the, she's with the, she was with the ish. I'm trying to see if they're gonna call her as a character witness. I don't think that that would be wise for them to call her, because I don't know if y'all remember when Gina Home put the picture out of him, her and Diddy, and Young Miami took to the airwaves, to the social media fronts, to the social medias, and she said, I'm paraphrasing, but it went something like this. B, you so happy, clap, clap, clap. You so happy that you got a picture at the post with him publicly. And then she said something derogatory about her race. I forgot what it was. And then, and I like Carisha. I like Carisha, Young Miami. Girl. Then she said, keep playing. You know I will have Diddy or have you get on your knees and eat my cat at a freak off. Do y'all think that is wise for Young Miami to come up here and get on this stand and be a character witness for Diddy? I don't think that they're going to go that far, because listen, baby. I don't think that that's a good idea. I hope they're not putting her on the stand. I hope that she is not. But listen, y'all listen. Everybody keeps thinking also that, and I heard this on like a couple people's channels that are covering this. Remember when they raided Diddy's two houses? He was getting ready to get on the jet and book it. Him and his mule. And they locked up the mule because the stuff was in his backpack. Everybody said, we can't wait for him to come testify. We know he's giving it all up. Y'all didn't read? That young man took some type of deal where he did not have to testify against Diddy. He took some type of deal for some first offender something. And he got out, he wiggled out of this without having to be, I'm just like, okay, y'all didn't read? Y'all didn't read that? He don't have to, his stuff does not say that he's a witness. I was shocked that he's going to be a witness in this case, but let's see. I read it. I'm going to have to start clipping stuff so I can start bringing it in here, because I'm reading these documents. But, you know, people say stuff at different times. And this guy, he took a deal because he was a first-time offender. He got a deal, and testifying against the diddler wasn't a part of that. Y'all got to realize and recognize. We don't know who he is connected to. Now, he could have gave them some key information. What do we know? But as far as I know, from what I read, from what he was and what the deal that he took, he don't got to testify in this case. You think Diddy gonna walk? I don't. Pretty fun if this was true. It would be a lot more. No, I don't. Nah, it's bigger than that. It's bigger than that. I think it's bigger than that. I think a lot of people are just missing the point. Jerome, we're gonna agree to disagree here, honey. Because I think, okay, you saying that you okay. I disagree. I think that, you know, I think it's a wrap for him. I think it's a wrap for him. And even if it's not, who's going to write? Who wants to? No brain is going to want to work with him. He's never going to be looked at as that person again. And I understand that you're saying that you think that that's what their aim and their goal is. But I forgot which one of the mob bosses they brought down in a racketeering case. Right? This is, it's a lot of information. You cannot look at each case. See what is I think what it has people like, what has people saying they think he's going to walk. They are not doing nothing, but they are proving a DV case. The case up until now is only about Cassie. That's why you're only hearing about Cassie. She's not the only victim, but the people that have turned and flipped, like the lady that got on the stand today, he kidnapped her. He showed up at her apartment. She said she could see he was holding something, but she didn't know what it was. She said she just know that he was in a panic. He was pacing back and forward, and her job was to keep him calm. So she opened the door. Excuse me. Yeah, I didn't even see that. Okay. So she opened the door because she didn't know what was going on. She just knew that her job was to keep him calm. And he was mad at her because Cassie was messing with Kid Cudi, and supposedly she knew. And so he came there to approach her and ask her, why didn't you tell me? And she's like, tell you what? That Cassie was messing with Kid Cudi, basically. And she was like, well, I knew they was in the talking stage. And he told her, get dressed, let's go. And she said she, like, didn't want to go. And he said, get dressed, let's go. Let's go. And he had a GUN. She said they got into the SUV. Normally, he sits in the front. He sat in the back with her with the pow on his legs and told her, yeah, allegedly, and told her, take us to where Kid Cudi is, where he lives at. Cassie was already with her mother. Was she with her mother at this point? She was with Kid Cudi. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to get it right. Was she with her mother at this time and Kid Cudi? Because Kid Cudi was with her and then with her mother. I want to say that she. So actually, she was with Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi was hiding her to keep her safe from him. And they couldn't find her. Normally they can find her. He sends his security to find her. And when they find her, he whoops her, you know what. The security brings her back to him and he whoops her, you know what. The beating that this lady said that he gave Cassie was the reason why she was fired. Another thing that that's going to tie him up, he had these people working for 80 plus hours a week and not paying them. She's one of them. That goes against the labor laws. They're tying all this into the RICO. So yeah, she was only making $65K a year working for him. So she went to HR to bring them all the hours that she worked, and it amounted to him owing her $80,000 in overtime. They say he balled up the paper from the HR department and threw it. He said he ain't got time for that. You gonna work. When I say you gonna work. But they called her after that and fired her. So there's a lot of people in those cases that have not been paid. Let me tell you something that ties into the RICO. Yeah. Believe me, if I think that a lot of people are into the glitz and glamour of what Diddy brought, like, the good music that he had. I'm not going to take nothing away from this man. He's very talented. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to sit here and say that he's not. But he has built a lot of his brand on the backs of these people that he has not paid for doing music even. And stealing their money from them. And these people, some of them have had hard lives. And he's still making money off of them. Making the Band was one of the number one shows reality shows on MTV. Where Chris Brown at when I need him to see who's getting my residuals? Exactly. They've been saying that about him, though, Jerome. They've been saying that about him. He worked them like dogs. They've been saying that. You never sleep with him. Never. He don't care. They've been saying that. They're saying that way before this case, way before this even came about. So, I mean, it is what it is. They got the proof to prove it. So, I mean, it all goes to that. I mean, my thing is, I'm upset because, you did have all of this. But it comes a time when everybody has to pay for the wrongdoings that they do. That, that they have, things they have done, crimes they have committed, you have to pay for that. The fact that you was getting away with it all this time, they've been looking at him since 2011. Let's not forget that. That's way before Cassie filed anything. Way before all these people started coming out. He was under investigation since 2011. The feds had him under investigation since 2011, right? So the thing is that, karma comes to collect. You can't tell karma when to come, how to come, none of that. That's just what it is. But I'm not going to sit here and I'm somebody that I'm not going to take anything away from Diddy. I'm not going to take anything away from him he is he's a businessman, but a lot of the stuff that a lot of the businesses he built on the back of these artists that he did not pay. He made millions of dollars off of making the band. Them boys didn't get their money. Day 26 said they want their money. They've been saying this about him. So why should you and your family get to enjoy this life? And you run around here and all you can do is threaten these people. And they are scared out of their mind because he got money. Come on now. He got money. He a gangster. He just wasn't talking the talk. Come on now. Y'all can't, let me tell you something. One day I'm going to tell y'all about my no Diddy story. I'm going to tell y'all one day. It's like, if my mother didn't raise me how she raised me when I was in the modeling industry, I could have been a victim. I'm going to just tell you that. But right away, and it was a model that I used to model with. Fuck her. Yeah, she was setting the whole thing up. I flew out to Miami and everything to meet with this guy. It was under the guy. I'm not gonna tell that story today. I'm gonna tell y'all. I'm gonna tell you. I talked about it. I'm gonna tell y'all one day, and I really, really didn't think about it. Like till this happened, and I went on Instagram to see if this BI was still on Instagram. She's still there talking the same stuff. I said, "Oh, now she's 60 years old, trying to be a rapper now." Oh, okay. Yeah, got it. It made me go and look. I wanted to see if she was still like, what is she still doing? The difference between me and her, I only knew her because I don't want to get into my profession, I am a retired published paid model. I've made history. I'm gonna just say that. We'll say that for another day. But I'm going to tell you that if my mother didn't raise me the way she raised me, and if I didn't have a strong faith in God, because first of all, I played no games in the modeling industry. When I was in the industry, the modeling industry and the music industry goes hand in hand, right? I didn't play no games about that. I didn't play nobody was going to be getting I'm not going nowhere I don't want to go. I'm not going to nobody's party. No, nothing like that. None of that. I'm not doing none of that. But this was under the guise of modeling at a Diddy party. And I didn't find the second part out till I got to Miami. The girl was supposed to fly out too. She ain't come. So I told the guy that was supposedly setting it up, like, listen, you need to come in the airport, like, because I need to let me know what we're doing here. Like, what does this entail? He didn't say anything about Diddy until I got to my to whatever. And the first thing he said to me was, well, I said, what is this about? It was supposed to be about this young kid that got all his money. He's an artist and his mother don't want him dealing with, the public yet because he's not of age. So he's the manager and they were looking for models. Well, they were looking for models, basically. They had a concept they came up with. Now, I know I modeled with this girl maybe 2 times, right? But she didn't never model on the level that I modeled on. So she just modeled on the level of, I'm volunteering to walk for this designer. That's how she was a model. I'm a whole different case, whole different thing. We are two different people. But yeah, it was an opportunity. She's like, oh no, they're looking for models. So she couldn't go to the real models that make real money. Besides me, I made a pretty damn good living, modeling. Yeah. But I just happened to model with her twice for somebody I was doing a favor for. And so she reached out to me. But I said, okay, so whatever. And I go, we supposed to meet each other. She's flying out from somewhere, a different airport than I am. I get there and I'm like, okay, where you at? Oh, my flight, I had to do something. So I'm getting on a flight 2 hours later. Oh, okay. I'm going to sit here till you get here. It's like an hour and 45 minutes later. She don't show up. I call her. Where you at? Oh, something it was crazy. So I already had spoke to the guy that's supposed to be the manager. So now I'm communicating with him. He's telling me I'm here. I said, okay, you could come in the airport. Come on in the airport. I'm not stepping outside of the airport because first of all, we didn't finalize anything. I need to know what this is about. What is the rest of this about? Like, I understand you gave me the whole backstory of this boy. He's 18 years old. His mother doesn't feel like, he's got a lot of money. And so he wants models to, that y'all had this whole concept, set up. But you need to see if I'm really what you're looking for. I know you got pictures and all that going on, but we need to talk because I need to see what's going on with here. Mind you, I model professionally, right? I'm signed to 2 agencies. And I get my own work on my own time. So this was something that, it's not wasn't booked through any of my agents. It's just this model that never made a coin modeling. Right? So I go there, I say, come inside. I kid y'all not, I swear to you, I should have took a picture. He looked just like Jermaine Jackson. He looked like he was Jermaine Jackson's son. You know how he had the shoe polish on his head? All that. The dents in the face, all that. So I'm like, so what's going on? What's up? What is this for? Oh, well, like I said, the kid, I forgot his name. He's 18. His parents don't want him. And, he makes a lot of money. He's a great artist. They had sent me his artwork before I got there. So the artwork that they sent me, I was like, oh, yeah, this is pretty dope. And so, all this stuff goes hand in hand for real. So I just was like, okay, so what's going on? So how is this working? He was like, well, we need you to buy a Mac computer, a laptop. What? Why am I buying something? Hold on. Last time I checked, I get paid for this shit. Why would I be buying a Mac laptop? Oh, this laptop will be strictly for this. You can't use it for anything else. I said, okay, what else is going on? He was like, well, let me tell you, so his art is going to be featured at Diddy's parties. He wants models to walk around and hold the art up and just walk around the room, let everybody admire it and see it. So I said to him, what else? Because I'm annoyed at this point. The MacBook got me heated. Yeah. I'm annoyed at this point, and this bitch playing games in my face, so I'm heated at this point. I'm already mad. Like, yeah, I'm already mad. Like, listen, I don't do this. I don't do this. I don't know what type of unprofessional bull crap this bitch is on over here. But she better hope I never see her again. So then he says to me, yeah, and you got give me a blank avoided check. I said, for what? If he would have said something like, that's how we gonna pay you for direct deposit, I can see that, because that's how he got choked up, didn't know what to say, because I'm asking him all of these questions. What the hell you need a blank voided check from me for? I said, you know what? Thank you for considering me. But me being a professional, something don't sound right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn around, get on a plane, and go back to where I live at. I'm not doing this. Yeah. Yep. I went on, because when I booked the flight, I didn't give them none of my information. I'm not dumb. I didn't give them none of my information. You want to see, you need to get me a round trip ticket, because it wasn't like you was going to be working right there. You need to buy a round trip ticket for me. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm gonna call and see what the flights is, all that. We can work that out. Y'all gonna need that. Y'all gonna need to send me the money, because I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. No, I'm not. I went right over there to the desk and I said, do you have any seats on the next flight going back to, because I had planned on staying there for a day. You have any seats like going back, to where I flew in from, like that? So, yeah, they had a lot of seats on the plane. At the time, it was crazy. I got right back on the next plane, going back home, and I went home. I called this bitch. She would not answer her phone. She never answered the phone for me again. Like I said, and at that time, I'm modeling it in professional settings. I'm modeling where, where I'm getting paid. I'm going to, like, events where real people are. You're never in those places. You met me by happenstance. That's that on that. But you out here portraying that your grandfather trained Muhammad Ali, and that's her marketing thing. Then I saw, when I went and looked, I'm like, you're like 60-something years old. Look up out here, you're trying to be a rapper now? I'll make some music, and like, my intro, my outro is me. I did that. Like, I'm not out here trying to be no artist though, but all my music is copywritten. Yes. But yeah, this girl never answered the phone for me again. None of that. So he didn't mention anybody else. He just said Diddy. You gonna be carrying I didn't think nothing of it at the time. Like, I didn't think of it in the way that we're looking at Diddy right now when this happened. Didn't look at it like that. I did not. I didn't trust the man in what he was saying. If I ask you why you need a blank voided check from me, you need to tell me. Not be stumbling all over the place trying to find the answer. And I guess because he figured, like, oh yeah, you're gonna be carrying, artwork around the Diddy for Diddy and the Diddy. I don't give about Diddy. I'm not starstruck like that. First of all, I'm not. First of all, I done been around some pretty big people that's not even into this crap. And even if they are, they would never, never, never bring me into it. And then, like, I had, like, no, this is just not what we're doing. not what we're doing. Not. So yeah, that is my story. So this is why I know. I like it was crazy, yo. I'm telling you, it was crazy. It was crazy. Crazy. I was just like, whoa. And I used to be you got to know what Muse is. A Muse is, Fat Man Scoop wife had a fashion line. I used to be at their house all the time. Most of the time, he would be in Germany, but he would be there sometime. Never tried nothing like that with me. Never. I used to be all up and through there. They never looked at me sideways like, oh, is she going to steal? Nothing. Embrace my children, everything. Nothing. I've been around some big people. If I put some pictures up right now, y'all be like, what the fuck? What? Yeah, so all of this star celebrity shit don't mean nothing to me at all. Nothing. I've made history. I've made history that nobody can ever take from me. I've done things people can never recreate. You just can't. You can't do it. I've already done it. I was the first one to do it. So, with that, I'm going to end this right here because Diddy's a creep. That's all I got to say about that. But, yeah. That happened. Because I'm out here in the modeling industry heavy. Like I man, y'all don't even understand. Like, y'all don't even understand. People used to be like, why the fuck you so mean? Because I'm not playing with none of y'all. Because I'm not playing with none of y'all. First of all, I didn't have to do nothing extra to get where I'm at. Let me tell y'all something. Me becoming a model was just something that was just crazy. I'm going to tell y'all a quick story of how that freaking happened, right? I'm a triple negative breast cancer survivor for real, right? So I wrote a bucket list when I was diagnosed, right? I was going to be a model, when I was younger, in school. So I was in the Miss American co-ed pageant. And it's people there. It's scouts there looking, right? At the time, I'm 16. My mother's there. My aunt's there. Like, it's just, we get home. Back in the day, your mother had the phone. They had the phone. My mother always had two phones. One hanging on the wall, and she had another phone. We get a call. And the guy's like, hi, yeah, your daughter was just in the Miss American co-ed pageant. Yeah, so we would love to work with her. So my mother said, oh, okay. Yeah. Is she there? Can we talk to her? My mother said, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can. So my mother's like, oh, somebody's calling from, they saw you at the Miss American co-ed pageant. They may have some work for you. I'm like, hello? Meanwhile, my mother on the other phone like, hello? Yeah, we saw you. We like to work with you. Photographs, take some pictures, whatever have you. Okay. What is that? What are we going to be doing? What? Oh, we're going to just have you, sit on the bike. And when you get up, we're going to have this man smell the seat. My mother said, what the fuck? If you're the fuck, my mother cussed this man out. Don't you ever call this mother. I guess he thought my mother just handed me the phone and was like, here you go. My mother cussed him out. She probably was still cussing. I think he hung up on her. So my mother said, that's it. No modeling for you. No modeling. That's it. Nothing. Nope. Nope. So when I got diagnosed with breast cancer, I said, I put on my bucket list, I want to do one fashion show. Yeah, I want to get casted for one fashion show. Fashion show. Well, that fashion show was for it to be the first time I got casted. It was, when I tell you, it was everything. It was a whole, like, we did like 2 days of modeling, like, but everybody was there. The girl Shakara, she was the plus size model that made it from I think, I forgot, she won America's Next Top Model. She was there. Shakira, I think that's her name. She was funny as heck when we saw her. She had lost so much weight and all that other stuff. She was there. Miguel performed. Maxwell performed. What's the name of them was there? A Tank. I don't like him. He's a disrespectful ninja. And I had to tell him that you are a disrespectful ninja. Like, you're not talking to me like that. I don't know who you talking to, but first of all, you want to put it under the disguise of jokes and laughs and ha-has and kikis. No, it's not funny what you just said. So no, you're not talking to me. And so, Tammy Roman was there. The first time she had got sick, we didn't think she was coming. She came. So all that we had, like, it was an experience. All right, I could check that off my bucket list. But then somebody from New York was like, yeah, we want you to come to New York, like, and be a part of I met these models from New York, and we want you to come and be a part of, like, the modeling class. Like, come and see. She's like, I got my own. She still has that till to this day. She still teach women how to model. She said, and I want you to, like, come and show them some stuff, because yeah. So I said, yeah, I went. We all went, and she was like, y'all better keep up with her, because she just got off the runway like all weekend with us, and she ain't coming in here to play. It was, joke big times, whatever. So the girl started modeling with. She's still a professional international model right now. She still is. But she's light skinned with hazel eyes. Like, she got naturally curly hair and all this stuff. And she told me, oh, she said, I want to get into modeling for this company. Like, she had it all mapped out. She was like, oh yeah, you don't have big hair. They like big hair. And I don't think that they would pick you because you may not be their type. Don't challenge me to a good fucking time. Okay? Don't never tell me I can't do something. I'm going to do it. And not only am I going to do it, don't believe me, just watch. Not only did I book them, well, not only did they book me, not even through an agent, I didn't have to give nobody none of my monies. Not only did they book me, I made history, because, like she said, they like people with big hair. When I was modeling, they used to call me the chameleon. I could do high fashion. I could do commercial campaigns. I could even do an androgynous, if that's what it is we looking for. Listen, it depends on what I'm, doing at the time with my hair and stuff. So any freaking way, not only did they book me, they like, no, we want you bald. Never been done ever. History. Stop playing with me. Then, I don't know if anybody knows, if you straight size modeling, you got to be a size 0 to a size 6 to be considered a straight size model. Anything above a size 6 and up, they consider plus size. It's sick, but whatever. I was like in an era where they used to be like, well, you're too small you're too small. Like, but you're not really, like, it's crazy. I like, this is just freaking crazy. Like, y'all are just crazy in this modeling industry. It's really, if you let it mess you up psychologically, it will really mess you up. It will mess you up. But not only did I go on to do that, I am one of the first plus models to ever be in the New Yorker print magazine, full page. I was at an event as a spectator. Don't play with me. When it came out, people was like, what the fuck? The lady that gave the event, she's still mad at me to this day. Well, I'm not the, listen, I walked in here fashionably late. I'm here to support, some of my fellow model friends. Because that's what we do. The guy was here with the cameras. The first time the New Yorker has ever did anything at a plus size model event or with plus size models, period. So I walked in fashionably late with my Pradas on. I had my Prada shades on. It's dark. It's nighttime. I never stepped out unless every time I went out, I wore, my best friend is a designer. I would go, listen, I'm going out tonight. Let's go. What we doing today? Yeah. And they really didn't like me for that. But whatever. The girls in New York hated me, as a matter of fact. They hated me. Yeah, they hated me. It is what it is. Okay. So anywho, yeah, I get there, and the guy's like, yeah, I'm from New York. I'm going to put you in the New York. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. Okay. You right. All right. You ready? So there's some, the models that make money. I know who they are because I model with them. And everybody like, how the hell? You just came in the game. Like, what the heck? God chose me, I guess. Because listen, I'm running circles around y'all. I didn't even want to do this. But a light-skinned heifer told me that they wouldn't pick me to do anything. So when I booked this campaign, I didn't tell nobody. And I told, they shoot 2 girls at a time. This company shoots on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 2 girls at a time. The girl that I was shooting with, God rest her soul, she passed away. I don't even know how that happened. I don't want to think about it because it just happened. I told her, I said, don't tell nobody. We not posting no behind the scenes, post behind the scenes of yourself. Don't tell nobody. Don't tell nobody. She said, all right, you got that. Don't tell nobody. Her name is Samantha Levy. Don't tell nobody. The pictures came out. I kid y'all not. These mofos had me on Vibe website, Essence website. What was the other one? They had me on every website. They could not get enough. Like, who the hell is this bald head, dark skinned queen here? Standing tall in this campaign. But people will, let me tell you something. People will try to take your confidence. You want to start something. You want to watch how people are so unsupportive of what you do. And they hate on you and they try. I'm nobody, but I'm supportive of people. So that's why I get so choked up and so bothered when people like to play in your face. I've been around. You can't play in my face, really. I act slow, but I ain't slow. Ain't nothing slow about me. I was getting mine just having shit come out like, bow. They was like, well, damn, what the? When did you do that? You weak. I can't tell you bitches nothing. Because y'all don't like me. Like, these girls was disrespecting me and I was laughing at them. All while throwing, all while throwing their comp cards in the garbage. Let me tell you something. Nope, we're not going to use that one. Nope. 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 That's why you got to be careful what you say to people and how you treat people, because you never freaking know. When I met Fat Scoop's wife, I had no idea that was his wife at all. I had no idea she had any connections to anybody anywhere. I had no idea. No idea at all. She asked me, I was at a fashion show in New York. They call it Plus Night Out. Like, they want all of the best models of being here. I booked this show. I walked on, she was there when I got there. She's like, oh my gosh, I just love your skin. Do you mind wearing some of my designs? And I'm like, sure, because the people that I was there with, they hadn't signed me up for too much. But she was just intrigued. And I got on the runway. Shout out to you, Jerome, for the $9.99 saying go sis. I got on the runway, and then I wake up to being on the blogs, right? But they gave the credit to this other girl. I kid y'all not, y'all. I was laughing, but it wasn't funny. I'm like, wait, she's way taller than I am. How could I be on the runway and then in another sec, like she right behind me? My name is not Monique. That's not me, and it's not who y'all got on these blogs. Like, that's me. If you know, you know. On Instagram, I had put the only in front of the name that I modeled under. Because, like, listen, I'm the only one. It's only me. No, it's not. Don't have nothing to do with that. People will disrespect you if you let them do it. And always the naysayers, never listen to them. So that happened. And then she's like, can you give me your number? Sure. Let's go. Let's go. When I tell you I had became a staple in their house, you know, and they never treated me any different than that. My daughter, everything. You know, they gave her a nickname. They called her the unicorn, all that. Was no funny business going on, nothing like that. Because my daughter wasn't with me when I was shooting. Because a lot of times for her, we would start shooting in the daytime and we wouldn't finish till night because we would go out and get night shots afterwards. So, I mean, it was just everything. Like working for her was like the face of a magazine. And they brought her on. Like after, like, you know, I started, it was a whole thing where, like, you know, you networking, you connect the other. Everybody starts connecting, you know, it is what it is. But like I said, you know, it hurt me when Fat Man Scoop died. I had spent so much time like with him, and I was sick at the time that I wasn't feeling well at the time that he died. You know, he passed. My daughter and them told me, like, you know, Fat Man Scoop, he passed. So that's why I put up the post like, listen, you got people that are still here. Why y'all posting a video of him dying, like falling out and just not coming to life again? What the fuck is wrong with y'all? This man was an international legend. What are y'all doing? His kids is hurting. That's his ex-wife now, but she's hurting. They kept a close bond. They broke up after, you know, I met her and started like modeling for her. Like, what the fuck is wrong with the world today? Why y'all? He passed away doing what he loved. Like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Yo, I was heated. And I put the message up, the picture up of me and him. I put it up. And then I just went back to sleep because I wasn't feeling good that day. You know, when he passed, yeah, I've reached out to his wife, you know, or whatever. She was taking it pretty hard. They had been together for a long time. Y'all remember they had a show on YouTube called Man and Wife? She looks nothing like that right now. She's aging backwards. She looks nothing like that right now. But when I tell you, one of the sweetest people you can ever meet, I'm talking about never make me feel like you can't go anywhere in our house, never, nowhere. I'm walking and you looking behind me. Never none of that. Never none of that. So you just don't know who's who. That when I say you meet people, treat them with respect because you never know who you are talking to, who you're dealing with, all of that. You just never know. Shout out to Ali. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. You never know who you are meeting and what opportunities that they can afford you. So when I see people trying to do something, I applaud them. Let's go. Let's do it. On YouTube, that is not how this shit works. It doesn't. You meet people rarely. Rarely do you meet people on here that's really gonna message with you like that. it's a facade, or they got somebody in the back in their ear talking and stuff like that. I don't go for none of that shit. I didn't do none of that shit in high school. I did not. I don't work like that. My mind doesn't work like, and I'm going to say this, y'all say what y'all want to say. My mind doesn't work like the ordinary woman does. I go, who's right? I don't just jump on the side of women just to be. I'm all about women empowerment. I am. But when you wrong, you wrong. And a lot of people can't get me for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just what it is. That's who I am. I've been around a lot of people. Trust me. I've been in a lot of these freaking circles. Not no Diddy, not him. Now, if I've never been at a party where Diddy was, I'm gonna just say that. Maybe the parties that I was at, I thought they was lit. Maybe he thought they was corny. I don't know. Like, you know, it's just like, y'all don't even understand. Like, you know, I've been around, like, you know, people like, who the fuck, like, why the fuck is she in VIP? Mind your business. You want to know who I am? I'm in VIP with these models. What's the problem? Like, yeah, they used to really give it to me. But the girls in New York, my friend is a fashion designer. I didn't start out modeling with him. He's been doing this since he was a kid. He taught himself to sew. He did Rihanna's first cover shoot ever. Her first magazine cover shoot. He styled her. But he just doesn't know how great I'm not going to say, let me not say that, because you know what? I don't know if he's stopping here for a minute, because he's been on text me and cuss me out. What you said? It's not that he doesn't know how great he plays down who he is. And I told him, like, listen, do you understand who you are? But his thing is, I dress women and men, mostly women. I don't dress just celebrities. I dress women. So that's his thing. But, like, do you know, though, boy, do you know? I just be wanting to shake him sometimes. Do you know? I had to stop people from playing in his face. Not that he's a get over, but this because he has a soft heart. He gonna do you a favor one time. Here you is, you can't try to make it a habit. You're not doing that. You're not doing that. She got money. Let's start doing like these high-end stores, like they would do Nordstrom's. Because half of these stars, I'm gonna tell you, I'm about to give y'all a secret. Stop spending y'all money on all of this shit that costs so much money. These damn stars don't pay for that shit. They are walking billboards. They get that stuff for free. And the ones that ain't hitting like that, what they do is they go into these department stores. They send a stylist in the department store, and they get clothes, and they charge them a fee. If the clothes are not returned within a certain amount of time, they're going to charge their card the full price of what the item costs. You got a certain time to return their clothes. I'm forgetting the professional term for it, right? It'll come to me. I know I have chemo fog brain sometimes, but that's how that goes. So they give stuff away. And, you know, for people like, you know, I keep telling y'all out here trying to top what Beyonce doing. First of all, you can't even smell her tax bracket. I be telling people, just stay in your tax bracket. I'm in my lane. I'm in my tax bracket. Stay in your tax bracket. Like it is not, like it is nothing. So I just say to people, like, when you are really real, I just treat people with kindness. It does not take much. It doesn't. We could do so much more together, but people don't want to hear that talk. They want to hear all the salaciousness, all that type of stuff. I'm not on YouTube to beef with content creators. That's not what I'm here for. You hustling backwards. You are hustling backwards if you're on here to argue with another content creator. People taking down people's pages. It's crazy. So I tell people, no, I am in the true crime sector. I had to, at one point, I had to stop doing anything because they automatically want to just throw you over there in the beef sector. I watch some people, yeah, but I'm not in that sector. I'm not doing that. I'm not. You hustling backwards. They snatching your. No, that's hustling backwards. And I said to this one girl, me and her, we tight. Like she's, she used to be over here, like whatever, but she got like some channels. Like she's in that sector. When I tell you they mess with her all the time, and I told her, I said, listen, sis. They know when you're gonna be monetized before you do. I said, I watch every time you get ready to get monetized. They do some crazy stuff and start reporting your page and take your channel. Girl, is it worth it? It's not worth it. But she got a right to defend herself. Like, I'm just not on here for that. I'm just not on here for that. That's my dog. I'm not talking about her. I just know that she's great. She's a great content creator. She's dope at the way she's able to put stuff together. Like everybody has their own style, their own thing. Like I wouldn't even think, I'm like, what the heck? Like, how do you think to put and I said, you dope. Like you dope. Like why are you were monetized? Like, why are you allowing them? And then she was modding for somebody, and I'm just like, okay, so you're modding for these people. Did they tell you X, Y, and Z? You could do X, Y, and Z. She's like, nah. They never. I said, what? I used to be giving free game away on this channel. I stopped. Like, it is what it is. So I talk to people. Like Jerome Street got a channel. Hope we could get that popping. Because he always supported Survivor Speaks no matter what. So yeah. If he got questions and I can help him, yeah. When he told me when I saw it, first thing, I'm on it. I'm a subscriber. I see you. Left my little. I can hear you. You was so loud and clear. Listen, that's what it should be. That's what it should be. So that's why when I say, I have people links that I drop in my chat. I had a family emergency. I'm still out here supporting people regardless to whether I'm live or not. They don't show you the same shit though. And I've never done it with my kids or anybody else. I'm not somebody that's going to tell somebody, don't mess with them because of X, Y, and Z. I'm not going to do that. You find out people who they are on their own. They will always show you. People will always show you. So, I take shit in stride and I keep on moving though, because it is what it is. It is what it is. That's how that works. That's how this YouTube thing works. But yeah, that was my Diddy story. Yeah, you got to be a pretty strong individual. That was a whole, what am I going to say? Operation. But it was a whole production, like a whole thing going on. And then when this stuff started coming out, I said, yo, what the? Could you imagine? I'm telling you, when this shit started coming out, I said, what the holy hell? Yo. Thank goodness, thank God for my mother and my upbringing. Because I really had to think about y'all. Let me tell y'all something. I really, really, really went to Instagram and looked to see if I could see if this model was still on Instagram. I kid y'all not. My sister's in the chat right now. I told her about it. Because I was like, damn, that could have been me. I never looked at it from the Diddy. He brought his name up, but Diddy wasn't doing all that. I didn't know, I didn't look at but when this shit kicked off, I said, yo, what the fuck? Yeah. But the funny thing is, like, Diddy, I don't think he ever saw me. But you never know. Let me tell y'all something. I'm in a New Yorker, right? So I called my friend, like, there she goes. She like, yeah, I called my friend, right? My best friend. I'm like, who is I am other? He like, what? I said, who is I am other? Whoever I am other is just reposted the picture from the New York Post. I mean, from the New Yorker. He said, that's Pharrell's page. I said, what? You never know who gonna see you. He just, I guess he saw it. It's history. First of all, it's history. It's history. That nobody can take that from me. I am the first one. It was me and another very well-known plus size model that she was in the game way longer than I was. I was running laps around these girls, right? Listen. So if I had got my friend he never like did like anything for like shows for like plus size modeling. So they used to call me to get to him, right? I kid y'all. I kid y'all. So anything I was doing in New York outside of him, he would show up. Like he would show up for support. So these girls knew who he was, right? I kid y'all not. So we in New York. It's a show. He waiting for me, like it out there where everybody is at, right? So I'm getting dressed because whenever a show is over, I'm dripped in Marco Hall. Like yeah, they like, oh shit, like who you with today? Marco Hall. You with Marco Hall. Like that's my friend Marco Hall. Google him. So anyway, the girls used to be walking past me. Look, walking past me, like handing him their com cards. Like, and these were girls that were still trying to make it. So they would be at everything that they was given in the industry, right? And it used to be funny every single time. Me and him would be walking out. He would be like, what you want me to do with these? I'd be like, it's a garbage right there. Just toss them all on in there. Yeah, I let them. Yup. They be like, excuse me, excuse, like just this me. I'm right here. Excuse, they ain't hit me like that, but they would just be so like just intentional with it. And it would be like, I used to be like, oh yeah, he got it. Yeah, oh good, yeah. We walking out. What you want me to do with these? It's a garbage right there. Just throw them out right there. Oh y'all dumb? Yeah, they didn't like me in New York, and I don't care. I had like, people that I dealt with over there, few models, whatever, but they didn't really like to see me coming. So when I announced that I was retiring, these girls was like, is she crazy? You're retiring? You retiring? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I did this interview with a blog. And she asked me, was asking me questions like, how'd you get started modeling, all this other stuff. Like she wasn't, in her in that industry, she's a big blogger. So she's like, yeah. So like, how did it feel to like, be the first person to book, Ashley Stewart? And she was like, with no hair, that's crazy. So I said, yeah, it's crazy. She asked me questions like, "Did you book through an agent?" No, I did a show one night and on a Friday and Sunday they was like in my Facebook and Messenger, whatever it was, and I was like, they had been like kind of like talking to me, but they really didn't see me. Another model had told them about me, so like I had been talking to the creative director. Like I talked to her a couple times, but like nothing with nothing. Like it was like months and like whatever. Like And I want to say maybe it's because I did a shoot. I did a show. It's here on YouTube. I probably come up in y'all news feed. Y'all don't know it's me. It's funny. It's funny as shit. I come up in my own news feed sometimes, and in the feed sometimes. The shit is it's funny as hell. So so yeah. Anyway, yeah, Jerome Street. Thank you. So wait a minute, y'all. Yeah, I did a show on Friday. It was in my Facebook. It was Facebook at the time. Instagram was out like Instagram was like fairly new, and they was in there. So like, we talked like, and that's how So I told her that's how that happened. Basically, they told me they wanted me to test shoot with them. I went on a Tuesday. They told me to come back Thursday. Like they booked me for Thursday. Basically I booked it on my own. I shot with them twice on my own. And the third time I went through, I finally gave them to one of my agents because I just didn't feel like dealing with them. They still owe me money to this day because they went bankrupt. I did like a shoot for them, and like my check ain't never come because they pay you in a check. My check ain't never come, and but they they still owe me money. They still are working. They still have a business, like, but it's just like it keeps changing who owns it or whatever. I don't care. It's still Ashley Stewart, the brand. You owe me money, and so I don't care about your bankruptcy. Does not dissolve you from paying me my money. They still haven't paid me yet, but that's another thing. I'm glad I just said that. Um, so yeah, I had people trying to buy this, buy the settlement from me, and they're going to give me just half of what they owe me. No, I'm not. I'm not. At the time when I was with, I mean, it was a while ago. So no, at the time I was like, no, I'm not. I wasn't like hard up for cash, like like that. That's like, no, I'm not hard up for cash. Like I'm not doing that. They're gonna pay me what my fee is. Like they still make money. So she asked. So then I dropped the bomb on her, and I'm like, yeah, I'm retiring. I said, I'm not doing this no more. I said, I got one shoot coming up where I said it's more like of the photographer is really she's a sought out photographer from Canada. She picks the models. She comes, she selects 6 models each time she comes. You got girls like wanting to shoot with her. And like, yeah, the girls be thirsty out here. Like, I mean, like, really, really thirsty about this modeling. I was always like, listen, when y'all done, when the makeup chair is open, call me. I'm not doing all that. Y'all realize I'm not like, yo, what the? So I had stopped doing fashion shows really anyway, unless it was for my best friend. I would, walk. He always did his own thing. Like, so I would do stuff like that. But so the girl's just really thirsty. So I told her, I said, I'm retiring, girl, from the modeling industry. She's like, what? What do you mean? What do I mean? I'm retiring. And she's like, why? She's like, you really, really are just getting started. I said, I've done a lot. To be honest with you, I don't know how I did it. I know it was God, but it's just like unbelievable. All the stuff that all the rooms that I've been in, all of the, like, listen, I had a photographer call my friend, like, I see this girl. She is the face of your line. I want to shoot her. He called me like, yo, this photographer said he want to fly here from Germany and shoot you. I said, what? You set it up. Set it up. Let's see if he coming for real. One of the best photographer experiences I ever had. This mofo flew here, we did. He was fine. He like, listen, I don't want you running around. Let me go find, areas that I think is, the scenery. It will be okay. And then I kid y'all not, this mofo turned around and got back on the plane and went back to Germany. He said, "You remind me of Grace Jones. Are you going to tear me apart?" The shit was funny as hell. We was laughing. I'm like, nah. So my best friend was like, "Oh, shit." I said, "Yeah, you crazy as hell. No, I ain't going to tear you apart." Like, what the? He's like, I'm joking. I'm serious. I said, "This photographer is the best." Like, he was putting on shoes. No, don't bend down. I got it. Like, yo, I said, I said, did he really fly here to do a photo shoot? And he girl, listen, yeah, it was crazy. So I told her, I said, "Yeah, I'm retiring." She said, "What? Why? You just get started." I said, "I never wanted to do none of this shit anyway." She said, "What?" I said, "Listen, y'all all know the story. I'm a breast cancer survivor, right? I wrote a bucket list. I want to be casted in one freaking fashion show. Just one. I did that with some of the biggest people in the music industry. It wasn't their show. It was somebody else's show, but they had all of these, some of the, biggest people there. Darren Henderson, what's his name? Darren Henderson. Like I said, Shakara from America's Next Top Model, she hosted one night. When I tell you, her attitude, I just loved it, because where she was in her career, she got off the elevator. It was funny as heck, because she got this country ass accent. And she got off this elevator. She was like, "Where the steak? Where the steak? I'm hungry. Where's the steak? Yeah, I'll do that. Where the steak?" Like, it was so fun. She was just so fun and down to earth. And like, she just really talked to us. Not like she was just, on America's Next Top Model. Like that. It was just like, she was just so dope, so down to earth. Miguel was nice. Like I said, Maxwell was nice. One of the models and took her panties off. Like, "Girl, you crazy." But anywho, Maxwell, he was pretty nice. Like I said, Tank is an asshole. Darren Henderson, he was in the that's his name, right? He was in the movie Tyler Perry. Why did I get married? That's the movie. Anyway, he was very, very nice. He was very, very nice. Yo, let me tell y'all something, how I cut up with Michael Blackston, y'all. Y'all know Survival Speaks is a fool. I love laughing. I love having fun. Like, laugh. You got to laugh through life. Like, listen, I just beat cancer. I'm not running around here frowned up. I want to smile. I want to laugh. So we went to, we had this, fashion show, but it was in support of diabetes. So, Michael Blackston came. He was the host. He was the host. And so he was backstage looking crazy. And I was like, "Do it for the gram." He was like, "I ain't gonna do it." I said, "Do it for the gram." He said, "I ain't gonna do it." He said, and they was like, "Yo, she is fucking crazy. Leave him alone." He looked nervous. I said, "This crazy ninja, no, like, he's a comedian. What he nervous for?" Do y'all know he got on his Instagram and was like, "Yeah, I just did a charity fashion show with some fat bitches." I said, "See that? Y'all see that?" That's why I was fucking with him, because I knew he was gonna have something to say. Unfortunately, fortunately for me, like, I'm not, like I told you, if you anything above a size 6, you're considered in the professional modeling, where you're considered plus size. That's how they do that. And so it's so crazy, because that's why you see a lot of these girls looking anorexic, because a lot of these high-end designers who now are flocking to the plus size industry, because people want to see real women in these campaigns. And that's why you see you'll see skinny women now, and you see plus size women. That started going on when I was modeling. But a lot of times, like when you're walking down a runway, the designers like to see uh, the the designers want the clothes to look like they're on a hanger when you're walking down the aisle. Hence the reason why the girls are used to be so skinny when modeling. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard of. So I knocked down and opened doors that were closed to people like me or in the industry. And so there you go. So so yeah, like I said, just be kind to people. You never know who you're talking to. Did I do I the only person that I do still keep in contact from being in the modeling industry, my best friend, of course, because like most designers, they have somebody they want somebody to bring their creations to life, right? My best friend is unique, and he's doing now what I told him to do so many years ago. He does not use a pattern. He does not use anything. He sews all of his own designs. He takes a piece of fabric and he throws it on the floor, and then he cuts it. He goes to the machine. Try this on. You're like, what the hell did you just do in that short amount of time? Like, what the? And when I tell you, the reason why I say, like, I always used to tell him, like, let me tell y'all something. I did a show in Maryland with his line, right? He couldn't come, so I was, the person that represented for him. But I was also in the show. So, normally designers come out at the end with a model when they're doing the fashion show. So I came out at the end with the last model, which was that's still my girl too. I got about like 2 or 3. And we don't talk all the time, but yeah, me and Nessa is pretty. So um I went to I did this thing in Maryland. I forgot what I was getting ready to tell y'all though. But anyway, he's just he just doesn't. Oh yeah, we did a show in Maryland. In Maryland, we went. So they took pictures. So I kid y'all not, true damn story. The we put up the pictures, like that you put up pictures when from a show. And so the crazy thing about him is he made clothes. It could fit somebody that wears a size 6. It could fit somebody that wears a size 18. I'm like, you like Miss Silly in the color purple. Remember when she and it's dresses. So he was like, yeah, it's all in the material, right? I kid y'all not. He answered the phone. Hello? The person on the other phone was like, hi, is this Marco? This is he. This is Natalie. This is Natalie Cole. How are you? He like, Natalie Cole. She said this Natalie. He was like, who is this playing on my phone? She said, no, it's me. Like, no, for real, it's me. I saw a dress. Somebody just did a show, but it was on a girl that's plus size. Like, I want that dress. So he's like, well, I can cut it down and make it to your size. Natalie Cole pulled up. Like, what's up? What's up? Then she came back again and didn't tell him she was coming. It was just crazy. Like, he's done many of things like that. He's like really, really dope, but he's really like humble. He's very like really humble, but like he's done some like pretty amazing like shit, like still going, still now. So he told me, he was like, listen, prom season is killing me, right? Yo, what am I going to do? He said, I'm about to boost the prices up because Yeah, these girls be killing me during prom season. I'm gonna wind up losing my life because he boosted the price up. He said, God damn it. Where they getting this damn money from to pay for these prom dresses for these girls like this? Like, yeah, this girl drove all the way here from Massachusetts to do a fit and to go back. Her mother had to bring her back. She came back. She had gained weight. It wasn't even in that much time. And he said, girl, what the hell did you go and do? But yeah, this people, it's just great. Like I've been in the presence of some very great people that I'm very grateful for. Um, and yeah, I've done some things. Like, yeah, I did a thing, everything that I wanted to do in life. If I was to leave this earth today, I'm satisfied with everything that I've done. Everything that I've done. You know, after having breast cancer, it was just crazy. This is what I'm doing. I'm going to do this because I got this all written down. I got this bucket list. I'm just checking stuff off one by one, one by one, one by one, one by one, one by one. And I have to thank God for that. You know, that's the only thing that I can say. That, I know where my help comes from. It is never a death sentence when you're diagnosed with cancer. I wrote a book about it. It is never over just because you get a cancer diagnosis. Never, never, never over for you. Never. So, this is the book I wrote, Surviving Strong, Overcoming Triple Negative Breast Cancer with the Resilient Mindset. You could just scan the QR code if you want to help your girl out. It doesn't ship from me. It ships directly from Amazon. But I talk about, my battle with breast cancer, my victory, and what I did afterwards. So I wrote it. Anything I could do, anything I put my mind to, anything you put your mind to, you can do it. You may stumble upon some roadblocks along the way. You have to shut the noise out. You have to shut the noise out. Sometimes you just need to. Yeah, Amazon is giving me a hard time about my book. Like I have not been able to market it like I want to on Amazon. But I'm not changing the title of my book. That's just, I'm not doing it. Everybody knows you can't be diagnosed with breast cancer and just because you change your mindset, you're cured. Come on now. That's not what it says. Like y'all reaching. I'm not arguing with y'all though. But I can still sell a book on Amazon though, right? Yeah, okay. So anyway, so yeah, anything that I want to do, nobody's gonna tell me I'm not gonna do it. Yeah, Allie has it. So, shout out to Allie. Allie has the book, I'm hoping that it, did what, it was supposed to do. Like I hope it inspired. You know what I'm saying? So she knows that's something if she wants to share, she can share. But I hope it was an inspiration because that's what I like to do. I like to inspire people. But then I have to shut it off sometime because sometimes, it's not that, you don't want to, you just want to shut people out. It's just that, sometimes you got to take care of yourself. And that's just sometimes it gets to you because the people that was with me, like when I was diagnosed, they're no longer here. They died from breast cancer. So I suffer from something called survivor's remorse. So that's just that on that. But I've made a vow not to do that anymore because some years when October rolls around and it's breast cancer survivor month, I don't know why. We have breast cancer 365 days a year. We're breast cancer survivors 365 days a year. Y'all give us 1 month and y'all don't even give us the full month because if I go to try to look for something that's pink for breast cancer, oh, we already put it up. Why? We still have days left in the month. What is wrong with y'all? I'm confused. So sometimes it's hard for me, like to meet people and then they get diagnosed with with this disease, and I advocate for people privately. I don't need to do everything publicly when it comes to that. It's already hard enough. Unless somebody wants that. But other than that, I advocate for people privately. Um, I gotta get my play son on here, y'all. Not my play son. He's like another son to me. Like y'all know I shared, his story. He's doing amazing. He's doing amazing things, and he's supposed to come on here and talk about his fight with osteosarcoma. Um, I know that he's back in school now doing his thing. Because that's all he wanted to do was get back to finishing school and getting his degree. Amazing, amazing kid, 21 years old. They had to remove his whole jaw. It's like, it's crazy. Like, you know, it's sad, but like he's doing so well. Like I woke up one day to pictures and I just was like, wait a minute. Is that him? I'm like, yeah, it was him. I said, oh my goodness. And you know what the crazy thing is, I woke up to pictures, but his mother sent them to me like she had sent them to me probably like a week and a half. Like, yeah, don't ask. I'm about to speak sometimes. I haven't had my phone on do not disturb. We're going on. I think we're going on a year and a half now. I'm gonna take it off because for some reason I got a new phone. It doesn't normally it'll show me it don't even show me that somebody did something like so it doesn't even show me. But yeah, I have my phone do not disturb for so long now. It's crazy. So I'm not sometimes I don't be checking my text messages. I pay more attention now because yeah, you know, I communicate with my mother, my sisters, and my uncle. We do that. So we gotta like I gotta pay attention. And sometimes my sister was like, "You ain't see I sent that text." I said, "No, oh, excuse me. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I didn't see it. I'll be serious, y'all. But listen, sometimes you just gotta just turn stuff off. My sister's like that too. She be missing the action. I just say, well, hold on a minute. You've been missing. Where you been? Don't stop playing. But yeah, that's just I mean, it is what it is. I go on D&D. I've been on D&D for so long, y'all now. I don't know if it's God. Like, listen, if you don't take that phone off D&D, because people trying to call you and you don't see. Listen, it normally shows me that I missed the call. Like, I mean, yeah, like I got the spammers calling me all. I get tired of them. Listen. So I'm ready to go ahead and end the show. I had fun with y'all today. We started off with these days. I'm gonna have to start. We're gonna pick up. We're gonna read Cassie Ventura. We got through the witness that other witnesses, but we're gonna do Cassie Ventura. I'm gonna make I'm gonna have to see what tomorrow brings. And I normally don't schedule like the reading, so after court is out. You I've been on look, Allie, I've been on D&D for like I've been on D&D for like it's like listen, like a year and a half, but I upgrade like they gave me a how they trade your phone and we'll give you one for free. I did that and then now like my phone is just not ringing. I got it on ring, but even though it's on D&D, it's supposed to still ring silently. It's not doing that. I don't know. But I'm listen. I'm still a work in progress. I ain't perfect. Sometimes I just be like, listen, I just be need my quiet time. I suggest everybody take that. Your quiet time. When you just talking, thinking, sitting, having quiet time with the Lord. Listen, sometimes I gotta do that. Them spammers, listen, look, for always. That's what I'm talking about. All day long, they calling all day long. all day long talking this crazy nonsense all day long. Why are you call like who, what do you want? I'm calling from click. Yeah, it's nerve wracking. And I thought that they had you put your name on a do not call. That don't work no more. So they just call all day long. I'm tired. I'm tired of y'all. So yeah, your girl been on D&D. I be telling people, listen, don't judge me. Listen, I have Facebook, right? I don't go on, I go on Facebook rarely. I don't even know how to work it when I go over there. I be so confused. If I post something on Instagram, it posts on Facebook. I mean, is that a good? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to work Facebook like that no more. So there it is. It is what it is. Shout out to Jerome and Allie for being the sponsors of the show tonight. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Jerome, I'm going to make sure, if it's not today, tomorrow, I'm going to make sure I hit you in your inbox. Want to see what you got going. If it's anything you need like assistance with. I know that, just the little things like, that matter, that help. Like, you got to let me know when you need somebody for testing because it'd be crazy. Like, listen, I just be testing right on here. They be like, Waffle always said to me, y'all look at her name because I want y'all to see her name. I'm going to tell you what she said to me one day. Just stick to what you was using. For always, because this not working. I have them in a dang chat. Like, listen now, today I'm trying out this new system. Always say, baby, my daughter is. She ain't no baby no more. You're welcome, Jerome. Anytime. Like, listen, if I'm free and I got time for you, Jerome. Because Jerome don't do nothing but support the people. He been supporting the people here on YouTube. So it's an honor for me to, if I don't answer you right back, I told you yesterday, listen, I got a family emergency going on. It's ongoing, but, I'm able to do a little more. But I got it up here. Jerome got a channel. Let me drop Jerome's channel link again in the chat. Y'all go over there to show him some love. He just started. Don't judge him. He don't have much on his channel yet, but y'all go over there and check Jerome out now. He gonna be over there talking about street talk. Yeah, Jerome supports so many people here on Facebook. Excuse me, on YouTube here. And so this is what you do. You support people that have supported you, and that's it. It shouldn't be. It's without question. Like, it's without question. Yeah. Click on his link and just give him a follow. Give him some time to get his channel up and running, because that's what we do. We support over here, and I'm definitely going to support him, like I said, because he's always supported me, always inspired me, whether he knows it or not. Sis, keep going. You got something going here, sis. I'm like, thank you, Jerome. Always supporting the channel. So go hit, Jerome up and just hit the link for now and let him do what he gonna do. All right. So now I'm gonna end the show like I normally end it, by bringing awareness that men get breast cancer too. Because of the stigma surrounding the word breast, we have changed the word to pec and or chest cancer here on the Survivor Speaks channel. So let's continue to break that stigma and continue to bring awareness that men can get breast cancer too. All right. Thank you so much, Allie. Thank you for supporting Jerome. All right. Y'all on Twitter, I keep telling y'all to come on over here. Just hit the like button and the subscribe button. You know what I'm saying? That you go over there and just subscribe. Like, give my boy just subscribe. Let's see what he's talking about. You know what I'm saying? Okay, that's his link right there. That's what we do over here. You support those who support you. So, okay. And then to all of my ladies, please make sure that you're getting your mammograms, filling on your boobies to make sure that you are all right. All right. And don't you dare let anybody come into your house and disturb the peace that passes all understanding. Love you too, Jerome. Thank you so much, Allie, for always holding me down. Y'all don't even know. Y'all don't even understand. Y'all don't even understand. Y'all don't even understand. Thank you, Allie. Thank you, girl. All right, y'all. So I'm gonna see y'all in the next live stream. I will schedule it in advance. I tried to do it, but it's kind of hard for me. I kind of like have to wait till the day of. I try to do it the day before, as often as I can, but sometimes I can't. And so yeah, I try to schedule it hours out. So I do know that I won't be, going live to do any readings until after the court is out, and they get out. The judge changed the time. Now they get out at 3:00. I think that we should fight for them to have cameras in the federal courtrooms. I think everybody should be transparent. I understand it's open to the public, but we need to be able. They need to be able to go in there and stream. The trial that's going on now should be streamed. I think it should be televised. That is all I'm saying. All right, y'all. Like I said, make sure y'all getting the mammograms, filling on your boobies to make sure you are all right. All right. Don't you dare let nobody come into your house. Thank you, Jerome, and disturb the peace that passes all understanding. I am Survivor Speaks. I'll see you guys in the next stream, live stream, or video upload. Thank you so much for being here. Peace. Survivor Speaks is the name at the end of the day. People love me or hate me, I don't care either way. Breast cancer busted through like a leaf in the night. A cancer's ass was knocked out before the end of the fight. A champion coming through, knocking everything out. This is how you see, I do nothing for clout. Just like cancer, I'll let nothing take me out. So be respectful when you step foot inside of my house. It'll be good to have your ass escorted on out. So hop up out the bushes, wipe your feet, take a seat, and get comfortable and chill with your girl. Survivor Speaks, yeah. Hey, hey, hey. Who, what? I'm Survivor Speaks. What time is it? What time is it? It's time for you to hit that like and subscribe button and turn on that notification bell so you get a notification each and every time that I go live. Yeah, it's Survivor Speaks and it's showtime.